Welcome to Part 2 of our adventure in AM2R, another Metroid 2 remake. This is version 1.5.5, the most recent version as of today, dating back to 2020. That was the branch, that was the community continuation of the development of the original AM2R when it was hit with a copyright strike back in 2016. So that was version 1.1, and it has progressed to 1.5.5 since as an independent collaborative effort. And we're a couple hours in terms of collectibles, exactly halfway at 50%. In terms of the Metroid count, as you can see, we have 22 remaining somewhere on SR388 to hunt down. That is actually a little bit over halfway because the original Metroid 2 and also the remake, Samus Returns on the 3DS, had a count of 40 Metroids to exterminate on the planet. I don't think I paid attention to the exact number at the start here, but by my count it's 46 or 47 or something like that. And I started paying attention to the fact that the Metroid count had actually been expanded when we encountered the two that were together in the little laboratory sequence that we saw much earlier. Well, not much earlier, near the end of the previous session before we started to tunnel our way down here into the zone that we are just about to explore. So we have just popped a new zone, and we're going to dive in and see what happens. We know that some things are coming. We've seen a couple of power bomb obstructions already up to this point. One item as well that was locked behind screw attack. We know these things are coming, and that also at some point there will be some kind of victory lap route that takes us back to the top of the structure of the original is at least somewhat preserved. So, welcome Paxman, incidentally. Hope you've been doing well and enjoying any other playthroughs of your Super World that you may have come across. So here we are. We are outfitted with missile, super missile, not very many energy tanks, but let's head on down and see what happens. So we see a couple of Metroid shells already. Oh, okay. We can actually talk to, I think, a Galactic Federation trooper. Or not talk to it, but we can extract the log from the trooper that has clearly gone down fighting. F. Mac. Mac for Mackenzie, no doubt. The campsite's done for. Blaine as well. We ran for the elevator when a jellyfish Metroid got to drop on him. That idiot shoved a demolition bomb in his mouth. Next thing I know, I'm knocked off my feet. Elevator's covered in rubble, and the Metroid casually floats off. The interesting thing, and this guy wants to hunt down Metroids for vengeance and clearly didn't succeed. The interesting thing is that there is already more of a Galactic Federation trooper presence in this game than there was in Samus Returns. And yeah, Pac-Man, hopefully it gets a little bit more streaming attention. It certainly deserves it. Okay, so we certainly don't have the means to get through here yet. Presumably gravity suit is coming and we'll be able to have a swim. Something up here on the right as well. That's telling me there's a spider track that's going to loop over there at some point. Oh, speaking of spider track, why don't we just go on the ceiling? Never mind, we can do this. We have a spider ball doing what a spider can. Presumably, it doesn't actually... presume I can't really touch that, so let's... whoops, go around. Yeah, never mind that, we're not going for a swim. And we'll pop over here. Have to get some of the controls in this game back in muscle memory, even just after a little time off. We do in fact have space jump, I just conveniently remembered. We could have just space jumped through that previous sequence too. See, this is what happens when you don't play something completely continuously. You forget little things like that. Of course we have the space jump. And... whoop! So much for the space jump. Let's get into a place where we can actually fight this. Okay. Hang on. This is not our proudest moment here. Oh, if we can just get a good angle to where we're slightly below it, and start punching it out a little bit. Taking too much punishment. Using too many missiles for that matter. Whoop. There we go. That was rough. But it was a warm-up, so we'll take it. And we actually did get back up to full on health, but the missile expenditure was a little bit inefficient. That's okay. That one's down at least. And actually only one more reported in this zone. This one on the left and another one on the right. So a small zone as far as the Metroid counter is concerned. And so yeah, I can actually go through these. They just kind of slow me down and whoops. And are otherwise not too much of an issue. Anyway. So yeah, at some point we know that maybe there's a way to loop up to the top part over there, so we'll keep an eye on that possibility. I see platform down below in case we take a spill. I think I better spider over this just in case. Don't exactly know when in the sequence we should expect the gravity suit. But we'll see. I mean, or maybe this is just the area that's going to sink when we hunt down the next Metroid, and the level will just take care of itself the way that it has done so far. And oh, here's one. And then yeah, it's a little bit of a gluey spot that we're in right now, but if we stand out of the way of the beam and just punch it from a nice low angle and just stun lock it as much as we can with the knockback, whoop, then we might be able to do something here. I am not doing well on missile count. There we go. Yeah, luckily that's just down to 0 in this zone, at least for now. We don't know if anything's going to evolve on us our way. We do hear the ground shaking, and that indicates to me we should go back to see how the fluid level has lowered once more. Yeah, so these bubbles do stall you a little bit, but otherwise they're harmless. They do interrupt the space jump a bit though, which is not convenient. But yeah, fluid level has not gone down over here. Where else could it go down then? We've hunted down these two. Well, let's continue going back to the left. Maybe it's the area that was... Whoa, no, no, no. Oh, bad idea. Don't want to die here. Even... Okay. With the various suit mitigating some of the punishment, it's still a little bit hazardous to your health. Okay. So yeah, fluid level has gone down over here on the left, I think. Or has it? Wait. It should... Well, yeah, we were fighting over lava on one of these sides. We could also just go back up and save first of all and deal with that afterwards. This is what happens when you break off at such a critical juncture, is that I actually don't remember where the last hit that looked like a continuation was. This is where we dug our way in to the right. And yeah, I don't know that we want to go down from this point. This was just where we excavated. I think we need to go back and just see if the lava had lowered maybe on the left side room. Still missing something here, but let's get back up here and see if we can find a way. Yeah, because everything... Whoop. Come on. Indicates to me that we should just run back and forth until we find where we have some additional room down below. We heard the earth shake. I'm just wondering what that would entail. Maybe we need to go back to that junction above. I actually don't remember what anything looked like on the way here from up above. Maybe we need to do a pretty big climb, actually. Because I don't remember what that drop was over there and what it was gated by. But we will see. Yeah, because I kind of expected the lava level to lower here, but given that we're not seeing it, we might have a big backtrack on our hands, unless I find some opening that we hadn't really considered. I'm just going to stand on this spot here for a moment. I feel like we should not, well, be mapping this stuff, but hang on, out. Yeah, you would have thought the continuation might have gone over there, but it kind of looked like everything was vacated around here, but I could be wrong. So that's interesting. I didn't think that it would just loop down there and stop. But it could be that we need to go back to where there's an open spot on the map up there. That's the lab junction. That's the only other thing that I can think of that would be at least somewhat plausible. I just don't remember what the gate was there. Maybe it was fluid. Maybe it was something else. It wasn't that long ago in game time. That's a problem, actually. It should be in short-term memory, but isn't. And then, how do we even go up here? Yeah, there we go. The speed booster makes this relatively quick. Could have sparked up here, but we didn't. Alright, we'll just do the climb and then see, because I could have put myself way off the rails here by overlooking something. But we did have the earthshake effect after knocking the Metroid count down to 0. It's just that we need to find where the descent continues. It should be through the middle shaft, if I had to guess, but we'd better hit the save here just in case then. Yeah, because, I mean, we've been here quite a while ago. Getting every spike along the way. I find this implausible that it would be a backtrack all the way here. I think we missed something down below after exterminating those two that we've seen today thus far, but we'll descend and find out. Yeah, because I guess this would be in keeping with how the main progress of the game has typically gone. And it does allow you to go down now, so yeah, this is the continuation then, for sure. Just a bit of a lengthy diversion to get here. Also, something to the left. Let's blow this up. We can, except it totally looks like this passage should do it, but we'll need to find another way in. Maybe from below? I'm not sure. Let's... Oh, I see a little fracture here. Is that it? Looked like it, but it's not. Alright, we'll have to keep an eye on that one. maybe just jump through somewhere here, or to the next room and to the right? No, not convinced. I think I missed something. It's a little too suspicious. Let's spider over. Maybe there's a hidden slot somewhere. Yeah, speed booster. Speed booster here. Interesting. Speed booster here. Then why would that bust through here? Unless there's a specific block here that I didn't actually successfully inspect. Speed booster in this location. Let's take this thing out first once we can. Or maybe... Hang on. Take that out? Okay, let's at least get a sense of what the speed booster connection is going to be. That's... seems really quite particular. I don't see how it blows up anything on this end because we don't have any of that marked. Speed booster, and then maybe if we find a platform to jump through to get here. Like if we have something like a long passage. Oh yeah, that does it. Oh, nope. Aimed it poorly, or at least got the timing wrong. Yeah, we will need to take this out every time, or at least go around it every time, but there's definitely speed booster here and then fall. And then bust something to the right. Oops. Nope, come on. Taking way too much damage from that. It does about 30 points every time, so we do in fact need to be careful. And that did nothing. Absolutely nothing. Does it give me any kind of continuation in this passage? Or I guess it's just a little speedrunner path then. I don't know. That accomplished 0 otherwise. Unless there's maybe something else like a second continuation of the speed booster interaction that we want to be looking for. Let's see. I need to check a lot of the ceiling here just to be certain. Yeah, I don't understand why there's a speed booster passage there. It looks like it might just purely be a little speedrunner spot, maybe. I don't know. Or something to that effect. Very mysterious. And we still haven't solved the riddle of that expansion over here, so might be something we have to come back for. Let's take a look at the map. Yeah, maybe it'll loop around the left side or something, and we'll just need to move way back in here. But this does look really odd that it's this passage and only this passage that is just sitting here. Maybe opening it allows for some other speed booster interaction that we haven't seen yet. Well, let's be thorough. Very odd. Okay, might as well check both sides. Save station. Yeah, it could be something that we just don't have yet that we need up there. But I didn't really see how to blow up any of that terrain. Of course, a missile, at least not from the right. Could be from a different room to the left. Okay, ooh, this is taking us rather deep. And then, now these little stalactites on top, does that indicate that it's spider-proof? No, it's not. It's completely spider-capable. That's everything here seems to be indicating to us. Indeed, gets me around down here. We should probably check the right side anyway, just to see what we're looking at. I see an item that's indicated. But, oh, hang on. Just thinking. There we go. Oh. Speed booster. Yeah, I thought it looked like speed booster. Notice that missiles can't reveal the speed booster columns. It's only also, I wonder if that also means that these ones in the middle are breakable with speed booster. They are. So we just need a boost from this side here. Might even be a really long one from 2 rooms away or something, which is actually quite plausible if this is, yeah, that's all speed booster, so. We do not have screw attack, I shouldn't play like we do. Oh, 6 Metroids detected in the area, so yeah, we at some point need to jump right from here. I hope this is right height. And we'll get some replenishment here as long as we're somewhat careful about it. Interesting. Well, it would have to start here probably unless this is also... oh, there we go. Interesting. Explosive rocks. Unless we have to kind of start a run here and then pull up here. Well, let's start to run here and then see what we get. Okay, just slightly off in distance. We could just slide slightly to the left. And it might do the trick. Okay, just missile in the lava. Fine. Again, we did not play like we had screw attack. Let's just get over here, though. Taking way too much damage down to 1 spare tank already. So we better pick up some health or a save or something before we get to those 6 Metroids that we've been hearing about. These look like they might work as grapple points too, actually. I don't know if we have much in the way of grappling in this game, given that we already have space jump. One Metroid over here. We really do need to look for save first, though, I think. If we can. Oh, another Metroid up here eventually. Ooh, that's an interesting looking gateway. This looks like something that you need grapple to pull, potentially. That's what I'm reading it as. However, we're really down in health. We need to shape up with that. Yeah, if I can scrounge up a save station somewhere, that would be ideal. Otherwise, we'll need to farm cautiously. Here we are. Right on cue. Okay, this shaft takes you back up. It's the connecting passage. This bit here is interesting. Scanning environments. This is the tower. Well, we have a couple of Metroids to exterminate down below the tower, but since we're here... Oh, let's see what we're in for. And we'll have our next Metroid evolution. So, how does Zeta is doing? After a substantial transformation of its body, the Metroid's power and defense is greatly improved. And yeah, we need to worry about the dash, the arms, and then we need to take it from under at some point. Oh, whoop. Oh, wrong way. Rather dark here, actually. And yeah, we need to kind of go around the spit. How about we just go under? Wait. Oh, I'm getting right. Nope. Okay, we got wrecked. Like, we are going to die here. Yeah. Gotta get around dash. Just need to keep a distance and then just go around it. See if we can survive this with 19 health. Yeah, I just need to jump out of the way and then get some distance. Unfortunately, couldn't clear that jump. However, second attempt should go much better. It's okay, we can do it. Yeah, we just got hit by too much ordinary damage there. Keeping a distance. Hang on. Can we just spider up there? Just spider up there. Keeping a distance and firing missiles straight on should do fine. And we just avoid any ground level attacks. Just make sure we jump over it safely. Oh, no, got run over. Absolutely run over. For full energy tank's worth. Oh, just having trouble switching directions sometimes. Okay, good. Okay. Okay. Getting run over again. I think we're doing this very optimally here. With sufficient distance. Oh. Now, the thing is, I'm having trouble timing my jumps over it, particularly in the dark. No. We're gonna die. 9 health. Yeah, the thing is, I can't quite get over it. Space jump timing is a little off. Kind of reminds me, actually, of the final fight in Fusion, where your screw attack positioning is vital sometimes in terms of just jumping over at precisely the right moment. And it is very tricky to execute, even if you know exactly what you're supposed to do. You can read about a tower operating on an emergency power supply. Feels like we're kind of going into this a bit underpowered, perhaps, and that we should have picked up more tanks by now, but we'll just have to deal with it. Oh, however, we should go super missile first, actually, and just try to get a little bit more damage done early while our positioning Still viable. Oh, that was not viable. And then we spent everything. Okay, need to go to the other missile. Oh, I got stuck. Oh, got stuck once again. Yeah, I really need to maybe make use of speed booster to get some positioning down. Oh, yeah, just got run over. Run over again and again until I figure out how to reverse directions properly. Just keeping his head down rather well. No, I'm just having so much trouble reversing. No. Couldn't get over it. Yeah, getting just enough distance with a speed booster to give yourself a bit more room to work with seems vital there. And not missing with every super missile also seems vital there. We'll try super missiles again when it's actually vulnerable and not when I'm just shooting its face. Oh, it just follows you. And then... yeah, you need to actually land to get some distance with speed booster, I think. Like, we're spending so much time trying to reverse in midair when I actually need to gain distance first. That's the way to do it. Okay, missiles, super missiles ready, all expended. Yeah, you land and then get ahead of it. That's a much better way to do it. Wow, it takes so much punishment. And then... yeah, I need to make sure you get enough distance to get around it. Land and then go around. Oops. So I keep jumping on it. Okay, land, get some distance. Okay, got it. That was a little rough. And there'll be more to come, so. And all we got was credit for doing the deed. Alright, let's continue though. At least that's a problem dealt with. And in not too many attempts. Perhaps. We had better save out of this one. Come on, space jump, do your thing. Oh, more troopers. Okay. Most sentient species in the Federation regard the extinct harmonious Chozo with utmost respect, as an example of what any civilization drowning in violence should strive to become. And yeah, they've kind of rethought this presumption of pacifism. I'm totally reading FMAC here as Mackenzie. Retroactively, but anyway. Campsite's done for, Blaine as well. Oh yeah, that's right. No, that's the previous log that we got. So the trooper logs kind of stack here in this file as we go. Okay, this is spiky. and dangerous, and probably not what I'm sufficiently equipped to go through yet, but that's okay. We'll go through here and see what we're dealing with. Okay, that's fine. Let's make some space. Because low ground is what you need against Gamma. In fact, having it tunnel down below we found was actually previously effective, except it's going to blow up some of that space anyway, so never mind. Yeah, just get around it if we can. Draw it up. Lead the target up, and then... Oops, taking so much damage. Nope, positioning is way off here. Speed it as high if we can. No. Very sloppy play here from our end. But lead it up if we can. There we go. Could have gone better. Oh well. But that's not one down. Probably nothing here, but... let's keep going. And just getting out of here safely is part of the battle. Ugh, yikes. Actually does quite a fair bit of damage here. We need to get out safely, and then should really find another station to replenish, or we'll just have to drop down to the other one if we don't find one quickly. Let's just hug the ceiling for a bit. Oh. Ooh. That is the Chozo equivalent of Atlas shrugging. And, well, something up here. Yeah, that would have to be something on the spider ball, I think. We'd have to just check the ceiling with spider to see if there's anything up there. Oh, there we go. First try. Yeah, quite the statue here. And then, whoop. Okay. That's what a wave beam is for. And then, yeah, another, oh, energy tank. Yeah, we need to figure that out before too long, because by before too long, I mean before we take a death here. I said before we take a death here. Probably have to go up a little bit below. Let's take a look here. See if anything strikes us. Oh, no, we respawned this guy. That's not good. Can't I just grapple his face off like we did in the Lakebed Temple in Twilight Princess? Alright. Oh, not quite. Whoa. We obviously have to go around that somehow. We need to dig in and come back up, I would think. We are taking so many hits. I need a save relatively soon before we get into another fight. Maybe through here. Okay, movement skill. Probably grapple, actually, if I'm correct in thinking that that's what gets us through. Oh, we probably have to get into a fight first before we do that. I am absolutely not ready for a fight at the moment. We need to get out here and rethink. We need to find a save at least. Unless I dropped through here one way, which I think I did, which means we're in a world of trouble. Having come in here rather recklessly. Alright. Let's see. Yeah, I think I have to take it. And unfortunately, that puts us behind If we lose here, that puts us behind the previous fight that we did up there. But that's okay, at least we know where an energy tank is potentially. We dropped really far, actually. This is clearly going to be a fight to get the item, so... Yeah, no way is that going to be easy. However... Well, it looks like we need to go through these gates first to get it, perhaps. That's a little different. I guess we need to power on the facility. The idea is that it's story blocked by something like that. However, it looks like we'll probably have to fight first. Oh, power bomb, actually. Power bomb here, probably for a power bomb expansion. But, yeah, we need to fight here. We need to be awfully careful. As we have a lot of gates to power on. I think it's just a facility power thing. If I had to guess. We are really not in good shape, though. Yeah, and these look like defense mechanisms that are going to turn on at some point. Are we fighting yet? Not yet. But... Oh. Maybe this. Activate something. Just give it a bit of a punch. Log entry updated. So we turn on the tower. It houses a weapons R&D facility. And yeah, so now we have to deal with all the robots that we turned on as well. But does that mean these doors are on? Nope, it doesn't. We need something else to activate them. Turn them blue. Okay, so we have a problem here, which is that I need health, and I am about to die, and, you know, without some health, we are in big trouble. Because I am nowhere near a save, and this has been a long sequence without one. Yeah, so I need to dodge. And dodge very, very well. And then I need to find out how to hit this thing. I'm thinking we might need to just bomb it from the ceiling or something, but then I just don't have a way to get around any of this right now. We have now 9 health. Yeah, we have a long sequence to repeat, I think. Until we just figure it out. Oh, we can just go missile on the shield, maybe. Nope. Okay. We've got a lot to redo. Nowhere near a save. So, that is a big chunk that we need to scout once again, but that's okay. We know what we're in for now. And if we can find a more approximate save, we will. Otherwise, we'll just have to dive back to this one from time to time. When we take too much punishment. That doesn't mean we need to go for that item that was up in the ceiling again. We should check this side again. Oh yeah, no, this is the one that we fought later. We can just fight it later. I know where the energy tank is now, so, you know, we might actually want to power ourselves up a little bit first before we attempt it. Even though it wasn't that bad as far as the mini-bosses go, but I feel like we should at least be looking for a closer save location, if we can. And then we'll just map, so we can get the energy tank the grid here. And we did not find out how to actually get to it. Because... yeah, there might be some passage that could be from any one of these spots, could be from down below, maybe. No, down below was the tower fight that we had earlier. It can't be that. But it could be from this side if we take this one out first. Whoa. Yeah, it totally is. If this gets you energy tank, then we are in business. However, looks like we need to swirl around a little bit first and then We'll see. Oh, hang on. Do the maze. And then we know up above there's an energy tank, so we should look for it if we can, but looks like this is just going to funnel me over to the missile. But surely this is also the passage up to the energy tank above. We just need to find the appropriate location to exit. Oh, and then this is one way, so we missed it. So I need to redo a lot of the maze, having revealed that. I need to check everything here, because I don't exactly know where the passage up to the E-tank will be. It could actually just be with this one up here. In fact, it looks like that is the case. Okay, great. Significant boost in safety for us. I've been feeling very underpowered for this stage of the game. When it comes to the E-tank collection. Oh, we missed it. Let's do it again. Oh, no, we want to go up here. That's the idea. Except this falls in. But this falls in here, which looks like it's the continuation that gets you to the missile, except you need to cling. Luckily, we managed to overlap the fall block before it became relevant. Now, I believe that's everything in this area, so let's just get out. Although we need to get out a long way. Yeah, that's the E-tank road. Let's just go back up top. And back out this way. If we can. Where was that exit anyway? Here. And then we need to open the seal on the top again. Using the spider. Okay, energy tank acquired. Now, before we get into that whole sequence where you power on the tower, I should really try to find a save point first. Because that does transform this zone quite a bit all of a sudden, and we need to know what we're getting into. At least we did scout out the power up that is behind that in the tower itself. Metroid in this location, but we need to look for saves first. Let's just scout everywhere. Otherwise, we'll just need to go to the save on the right side of the tower when we can. Because I'd rather keep my energy tank. We'll go check left in just a moment. Let's check all this stuff. Oh, there's a door that's actually open over here. That's interesting. If something is powered on. You don't want to get locked in necessarily, so let's go this way first. And yeah, this is another area where we'll need... You know, I kind of wonder, instead of space jumping through all of this, if maybe we'll get an item that's going to help with traversing some of this. Like, for example, if you get Power Bomb and it lets you just blow everything up. But now, we know about this passage, but we also knew about the upper passage that would get you through. Let's just continue scanning just so we can, again, try to find a save. Otherwise, I go back to the one on the right. We can, just to buy ourselves an extra safety margin. So here, yeah. So it look, well, I mean, you know, you have, well, 3 of the 5 remaining Metroids accounted for behind these areas. These various nests, or what have you. I think the wise thing to do is to loop back to the save station rather, and then we'll see if we want to prioritize Metroid or prioritize Tower. I have to do things the long way until we've scouted out the map a little bit more. I'm sure there's a save that's a little closer, but in the interest of a bit of safety here, let's just drop in. It's not too long of a run back anyway, it's just a very short hop. So equally, I would not be surprised if this is actually always just the closest save. Now, with that in mind, then we can just take out the top right Metroid and then drop back in here to save what we should have done last time. And then moreover to replenish ammunition, which is actually sometimes the bigger issue. And we'll go through all of the other fights. Yeah, you're supposed to do this with a space jump, I'm sure. Looks like it. Okay. Oh, we're really standing too close in some of this. But again, yeah, if you force it onto a certain position where it has to charge against you horizontally, as we discovered with one of the other narrow corridor fights earlier, then you can actually position that very efficiently. So, I assume we'll take a little bit of damage here, but hopefully not as much as last time, and then... Okay, we're not down by very much, but I should save anyway, just because we might have a lengthy sequence here if we go for Metroid's before Tower. And we'll try to continue that way. Okay, well, we have a couple of Metroids accounted for. We could maybe go for those first. Because we're, again, in a much stronger position than we were previously. Just from that one energy tank. And then here... Yeah, we just need to... I feel like maybe we're kind of busting through this unnecessarily, but... Oh yeah, here we need to mine the floor then, because... Yeah, that could be absolutely a bit of a problem. We just need to stand here then. And then just knock it down from this side, and then... Yeah, it's trapped in that position. Okay, that worked. That worked really well, actually. Considering how hazardous this room is. Yeah, I don't think you can blow that up with anything unless it's the kind of obstacle that the baby Metroid can eat through at the end or something. We don't know what the visual design for that will be like in this game. It could be this. I guess we'll go for lower one. We can go for the tower fight sooner than that. Well, let's see. Let's go with what we know. But yeah, it's just getting through these passages that is much of the concern here. Wow, look at that. That's gonna be a lot of punishment. We need to time this stuff really well. And of course we need to survive the fight itself, which looks like it should be soon. Oh, it's okay. It's a Zeta. I don't think we're ready for it, to be honest. Yeah, I don't... Well, I mean, at least in this position, you're kind of safe. Then you can just kind of back off of it and hide. It sort of works. I don't think it hits you from here. So we let that let up, and then... Okay, yeah, we can do it this way. Just... And hide. Does not appear to hit me here. We'll just camp it and hopefully get out the platforming area safely. I feel like this is absolutely the intended strategy. Just the way that this room is set up. Oh, I hit. I am a little concerned about the damage that we're going to take in the platforming that we have to do to get out of here. Go super missile for a round just to see if we can ease our way through this a little bit. Oh, jumped a little too high. Luckily not too much damage there. Switch back to standard for a moment. We'll camp slowly. So we'll have lots of ammunition for this at least, and it is a predictable cycle at this point, as long as we land the jumps properly. And don't jump too high into the spikes up above. And also not accidentally exit a room, which is absolutely a risk. We reset the fight unnecessarily. These take so much punishment. It's okay. This is the way to do it, though. I absolutely think this looks intended. It's is too meticulously placed. That little set of blocks defending you on the side. Okay. Now let's survive with a tank and a half just to get out of here, and then we will definitely want to go around and hit the save, I think. There might be a closer save on this side, but I don't know that I want to fumble around searching for one. Actually, it's lava down below on this area here, so we... Unless there is a save inside the tower itself, we should actually go back to the previous one. For sure, and then, yeah, it's 10 damage from every hit here, so we just need to be really, really cautious. That is not cautious. We are having trouble. But it's not too long. Okay. It's not too bad. Now we need to make it through. I absolutely want to go back to the save. Then we attack the tower itself. And we'll see what happens with that. Okay, we can weave our way around just fine. No, not if that hits me for that much damage at a time. So, we want to survive our way back to the save point. That's really all it is at this point, and Speed Booster is going to do a little bit of work for us here. Oh, that hit me for too hard. That was risky. Okay. Now, of course, there are some rooms we bypassed on the way up here as well, but I think some of them do require us to power things on. We're in the tower, and so we'll be doing that. And then taking too many hits. Let's just take the save. We took a tank's worth of damage on that stuff. Okay, at this point... Yeah, we bypassed a lot of the things down below. We zipped directly up here, but we can go back for that. I think since we know where the power on sequence for the tower is, we should do that first. And then we'll have a run of all the available doors, like this one down here. And then we know there's a power-up. That'll give us some additional progression behind that, so we'll go for that soon. Come on. Okay. Alright, let's tuck our way in. And do this whole sequence, which we know at least is peaceful up to the point, and then we have to deal with the gilded robot. Oh, you know what? We could pop out here. I didn't know we could do that. That doesn't give you anything because you're locked in. Okay, well, when it's powered on, then we'll come back and take a look. Yeah, power bomb to the right. And then... Can't remember what passage we took down. There we go. Okay, next. This passage here. And then we bomb this thing on. And then it's the right side door that will open. Okay, power has been restored. Somewhat, not entirely. Oh, go on. That was a little ugly here. But anyway, robots are back in action. Should occasionally check a few slots here and there, but no, just in case. But we didn't really scan the outside part of the tower adjoining this, so who knows if there is anything to look at just yet. Okay, so this one, that's the one we had trouble with. Does the shield break from missiles? I think it does, so we'll just... Yeah, it's seemingly vulnerable. There we go. Gets rid of that. And we... Oh, could we have just opened this passage in the first place? Notice the music, incidentally. That... It is actually a reworking of the rather familiar melody that we often associate with lava zones instead. But okay, we're at half tanks here in this segment now. Scanning, I assume that we do need missiles to take out the tester. Live fire tests of prototype weapons. The exterior armor is resistant to beam weaponry, and that's okay, but the interior will have to deal with mental damage within seconds. Okay. Oh, whoa, okay, that's a little ugly. Maybe we get screw attack off this thing now. Who knows? I just think we need to fire at it with some missiles then. Just take out layers of the shield. So. Oh, need to jump in the middle here from time to time. Come on. Oh, come on. That is a lot going on, but at least we can pick up some replenishment off of it, which is important. Because otherwise we're in even bigger trouble than one might imagine. Whoa, that is a lot. Okay. Yeah, I need some kind of replenishment soon, I think. Let's... Hitting too many things here, we're gonna die. And we will need to repeat the sequence leading up to the tower reactivation. For lack of a approximate save, so... It's okay, we'll do it. We didn't accomplish anything there other than getting into that fight, so we'll try to make it there with more than 2 tanks in reserve this time if we are just a little more careful with getting there in the first place, which is not off to a good start, as we can see. That's a very busy fight in terms of what we need to interact with, and so we can also check the passage down below the main door that is for some reason already powered on. Yes. Yeah, it does restore to a blue door. It's entirely possible that maybe this is to save. It is. Kind of made sense for it to be, actually. We should have checked it earlier. That would have saved some time. But now that we know there's a boss coming, it does make sense that we have a save around this sequence. Oh, that's interesting that you have this central tower crossing that we didn't see earlier because we didn't really check down below. Oh, no, not here. However, we can get a missile for our trouble. And at least the Vari suit does mitigate the damage just enough that we can actually get out. We'll probably just have to hit that save again from the other side. I'm just mapping it at the moment. Map the rooms. See what we can do. Metroid in this end, actually. We might as well. And there's something up top as well. Yeah. We have no tanks to work with. All we haven't saved is that one missile. And yeah, we see once again that there's a little... Oh, dead zone here, but we have to be careful because rolling off of that, as you can see, does get you out of the room, which means we need to be very cautious about tucking in here. If we choose to pursue that, it might not be a good idea to pursue that at all then. Yeah, as expected, is at a... Yeah, and we won't really be able to take the cheese location this time. So, outrun it, give it some distance. I actually did one of the hardest ones first, I think, by going for the dark one. Right. Okay. And then it jumps at me, and then we're going to die, I bet. Again, these take so much punishment. We'll switch to super missiles for the next cycle, I think, just to expedite things slightly. Nope. Missed. And then back to regular. Nope, just having so much trouble jumping over them. So much trouble. Yeah, this does not look good at the moment. I'll run slightly. And then, yeah, that caught me completely. So it was just that one missile down by the lava that we had picked up on the way. We don't necessarily need to go back for that one. Otherwise, just a bit of a sloppy fight all around. Yeah, maybe if we're careful, we can try to do the cheesy strategy on the left. The main issue, again, is that it does run the risk of accidentally exiting the room. Far more so than the previous location that was similarly blocked off. Alright, you know what? We took so much punishment here, let's get to save first, and then do the fight, just to build up as much of an advantage as we're able. We don't want to mess around with a fight like that. Okay. And also, yeah, we wanted to map all this if we can. There's also a top side room that we didn't previously check, which perhaps we should. Whoops. Accidentally got into the ball form. Let's just check what this is first. Oh, there we go. That's okay. This is one of the easier kinds of position you can get. Okay. Vertical rooms are great for these because you can knock them upwards. We will want to go back and save after this one though before we take it on. Set it down below. Yeah, so you can actually take out all Metroids in this zone before continuing. to take down the tower structure, which is interesting. And yeah, this is kind of a must-save scenario. We might even want to go for the upper one. It's slightly closer. And we could just drop from there, perhaps. I mean, they're both reasonably close. It's just a matter of what inflicts the most damage to me on the way to the next fight. And, of course, we have a critical power-up that's locked behind the tower reactivation, which is why we will absolutely need to do that fight in the center. And so, I'm glad we have a little bit of choice here. And over. That's the thing that's noticeable about both this game and the official Nintendo remake, Samus Returns, is that they kind of understand that even though Metroid 2 inherently has a linear format, that when you have a couple of different Metroid rooms in play, you can leave the player just enough freedom of exploration in terms of just choosing what order to do things in, that it doesn't feel very strict. The original Metroid 2, of course, just as you get lost by not giving you a map, but with the two modern remakes, yeah, okay, let's position this carefully so I can know how to dip here without losing position, and then, yeah, we'll try to do it that way. Okay. Oh, and then, yeah, we wait for it to spit, wait for this to dissipate, and then we blow it up. And then hide. Okay, yeah, this will work as long as we don't exit the room. I don't want to use super missiles yet in case we do accidentally exit the room. We'll just take it patiently. In fact, even if you just get in ball form up to the ledge, it's going to be safe by all appearances. So we don't even necessarily need to climb all the way, we can just go in ball form up here and we're okay. Yeah, much more sensible. Strategy is not going to work forever, perhaps, when we get to later fights. But you know what? We'll take what we can get. And then, yeah, oh, nearly spilled a little too far there. We have to be very careful because otherwise we start over. But yeah, just getting up in the ball form is fine. It just bumps and then it doesn't hit you at all. Yeah, this looks much too intentional to be an accident in terms of having this strategy available both times with the rooms set up the way they are. It's much too obviously available to be an accident, considering how well tested a lot of interactions have been across this entire project. Oh, and it bumped me and we reset the fight. Okay, I just said that and then whoops. Okay, so we actually can't just stay in ball form there. Never mind. Alright, do we have enough missiles to do this? Well, I went through about half my stash, so... Yeah, so we actually do want to carefully get off the ledge just in case we have that collision bump me into the next room. Because that... yeah. Well, as long as we're kind of maybe on the left side with the wall here, we're okay. It's just I was too far to the right that time, and so we were within the collision box that got the knockback going when it charged into me along the wall just like that. So we cannot be too far to the right when we get into the wall. Just have to nudge a tiny bit to the left. And then we get out. Good thing we didn't expend super missiles then. Yeah, still a little too far to the right that time. Nope. Yeah, you see it does charge in, so you have to be very cautious. And then I'm just trying to nudge like with a single tap of the D-pad, which sometimes doesn't quite register. Oh, no, too far. You see, this is the issue here. And we're way down to missiles. We actually need to replenish before we attempt a strategy like that again. Welcome, Chess Bunzo. Hope you've been doing well. And that the tiles have been kind thus far this season. Oh, let's head up. Let's just get up to the ledge instead. Okay. Okay, so we need to hit the save. So I still kind of want to pursue that strategy, but we really need to be cautious control-wise because I find that sometimes even a single gentle tap of the D-pad isn't quite nudging me the way I want, and so spilling too far is absolutely deadly there. You won Crescent City Cup Light today. Congratulations. Yeah, I hadn't taken time yet to catch up on the player rosters and results there yet. I wanted to get it through a bit more of the streams first, but congratulations on that. And that's a tournament I absolutely want to make at some point. And it's been kind of a long-standing ambition to attend that one, but just haven't really had the opportunity in recent years to travel around the season, so... Okay, let's be careful with the bump. Once again. Oop, standing too close to that. Okay, slight nudge will do, as long as we don't get hit by the knockback. We have to prepare to kind of hang right if we do get knocked back, because that does keep you in the room. Yeah, so I hope that's a big fat rating gain for you today. And it just means more interesting games ahead. Oh, okay, I got trapped. That's okay. Didn't actually take that much damage considering I got trapped. But, let's get out slightly. Again, we just do not want to reset the room. Otherwise we'll be at this for a while. Still safer than fighting it head on though. Still like doing it this way. Have to take life's minor victories. Yeah, that's the thing about, you know, when you're working on the game enough that you are in a position where you're underrated in lower divisions is you take the win, you enjoy it, you bask in it, and it funds the learning process for moving up into higher difficulties one by one, right? So. Oh, and look at that. Yeah, I was on the left there and it still bumped me, so that did not work out. This might not work after all, unless we... Well, we could dump super missiles on it and try to speed through it, but I don't want to dump it and then get bumped like that anyway. I really don't want to fight it head on, though. It's just way too much punishment. But yeah, the hitbox on this is not always predictable. But it looks like we do need to get to the left side of the ledge. The left side of the ledge we know is safe from my previous experience with that. In the other room where we could hide like this. Yeah, I don't know when I'll be able to do much tournament travel next. I was hoping to get some more done later in the year. You know, screw attack actually in the top corner works, as long as it doesn't jump me. Not screw attack, space jump rather in the top corner. It's a safe corner, seemingly. As long as you don't land directly on it the way I just did. So, maybe that doesn't work too well. Yeah, it jumps me a little bit, but then as long as we don't land directly on top of it, it might actually go. Oh, no, and then I'm out of the room. Okay. We need to reset. Or we just fight it head on, and... I mean, I know I can do it, it's just a bit of a pain to dodge everything it does. So, maybe we're trying too hard to do things the cheesy way. Yeah, you still hadn't won a multi-day yet. Obviously came very close at World Cup, so you're glad to get that monkey off your back. Yeah. Yeah, I've won divisions and multi-days that were more, you know, regionally specific in scale, but nothing on the scale of one of the big major tournaments. And as you know, I was kind of in a similar situation to yours in the World Cup, where I was leading the pack by a healthy margin and didn't manage to keep it. And so that was also tantalizingly close, and it came down to a couple of bad 5-point challenge decisions and minor things that add up along the way. I looked over my games at World Cup last year, and I could not believe how bad the arithmetic was. Like, the number of addition mistakes from both myself and opponents was just unsightly when I actually finished the games. And part of it is just, you know, after a certain amount of tournament fatigue, you just don't check as thoroughly, right? Like, whenever you're scoring everything your opponent is doing, or even yourself. Like, you just kind of lose attention to that after a series of 6 or 7 rounds in a day, and that's something to be more diligent about. That you can't really work on online unless you use the Woogles pen and paper mode or something. I'm taking so much punishment with this. Yeah. I think we need to go back to the safe strategy. I need to reset anyway if we lose this, so let's just dump super missiles on it. Whoops. This is not working out. Okay. Actually, just go back to the corner when we can. Alright. We stay on the corner. Then we actually got it. Okay, luckily the super missiles actually got me through that one, so we should have the earthquake effect fairly shortly, given that that's all Metroids in the area, but we do need to deal with the tower boss next. Kevin, Light Blue Yoshi, our viewer level is going to return this week. Not likely, because I have another game scheduled after this one that I'm eager to get to. So we'll see. There are a couple of people that I do know are waiting on some playtesting from me, which means we'll schedule it at some point. But this week looks pretty full in terms of current plans, so we may not actually be doing Maker at all this week. Alright, let's go down to the lower save before we lose all our health. Yeah, 06i, I am planning to... Well, this week is also the next Donkey Kong Bonanza monthly challenge event, which we've been streaming every time, and so it's actually going to be active in about half an hour, I think, but we will do it tomorrow if I can. And I have a game in mind and kind of loaded up already for after AM2R is finished. It's going to be something new, so. Alright. Let's keep going. But yeah, there will be more Maker as the year goes, but, you know, we're trying to fit in what we can while we can. Okay, so I saved. Let's do the whole power on sequence and see what we can do about the massive artillery robot boss. Yeah, 06i, if your guess was, and I guess I might as well disclose this because I was going to say so on the Discord anyway. If your guess was that we were doing Mio Memories in Orbit, you are correct. A couple of years ago, we streamed the previous game by those developers. Shady Part of Me, which was a puzzle platformer that was kind of like a mix between 3D and 2D. And I was very impressed with the game at the time, and I was actually looking over some of my video footage of it and thinking, okay, I am very interested in what these developers are bringing to the Metroid format. So yes, that is the next game on the stream, and we will see how it goes, but I have high hopes. Because it's been one that I've been kind of keeping an eye on for a while, that I think not a lot of other people had noticed as much, because the only person I know that I've talked to on stream who has also played Shady Part of Me is Meng, actually. And so I haven't had too many people to discuss that with. But you just got 100% in Ori today, yeah. Just the first Ori though, right? You still have Will of the Wisps at some point. Not a bad idea to have a little bit of distance between one game and a sequel, of course. Just to go in very fresh. But yeah, I also got 100% in Blind Forest back when I played it. I discovered afterwards that actually in the Switch release anyway, that some of the sections, the platforming oriented sections specifically, were actually added after the original release, and it wasn't surprising once I found out about it, but it was something that felt very well integrated at the time. So okay, we took way too much damage in that section, and that is a problem because we are down to a whole 2 tanks down basically going into this fight, which we absolutely had trouble with when it comes to dodging now. So when it's spinning, we just need to get out of the way. This is just a pattern watching thing, I guess. No, I would really need to get within some visibility here before it starts firing projectiles everywhere. So when you stand on the platforms to the side, you need to rotate with it. We just haven't had the opportunity to shoot this thing. Okay. Okay. Nope. Need a much better space jump technique here. Yeah, so there's a limited amount of time that you can stand on these platforms on the side. I don't know if you can just kind of jump them repeatedly like donut blocks, or if they kind of have a timer on them after you stand, but ugh, taking so much damage on this. Okay, one of those shields is almost done. It does... I don't know if it completely regenerates if you actually manage to destroy it. That's something that we haven't found out yet. We know we can get some replenishment here, at least. But if the shield is open, then we can start shooting it with something else. But it said something about the inside being impervious to missiles, so I think we kind of have to switch to beam damage for that part. But so much damage here. Oh, that's too much damage already. So we have to be more careful on the descent when we activate all the bots and have them firing blue Mecha Koopa beams everywhere. Also known as electricity. And Yazra is excited to follow up on what you were saying about our upcoming schedule. We have a little more planned as well for later in the season when it comes to things that are a little bit Metroid adjacent. There are a few things that I want to try to cram in when we're able. How did I miss the entry? Oh, here it is. Okay. So we're down by about half a tank. We just need to be extra cautious about it. Yeah, we'll see how we do with this game today, because I'm currently at 14 Metroids remaining, but we have done very little in terms of optional pickups today. Went from 50 to 56%. I was expecting that this would take me 2 more sittings today and 1 more day, depending on how much this game has been expanded and in what places relative to whatever expectations one has of Metroid 2. It's been a very interesting experience next to what I remember of Samus Returns as well. It's kind of like Thunderball and Never Say Never Again. But with less of a time difference between the two, I guess. In terms of when they were released. Yeah, Bonanza stuff tends to start on the Tuesdays of the week. And I think they run for about a week, though. It's not just for a weekend. It runs for a longer span than the Splatoon events. I have usually caught them on the Tuesday night / Wednesday morning stream in the past. But yeah, it's up and running within the hour. We take so much punishment just from that guy, actually. Even notwithstanding the bots that are coming in the next room. Or through this. Yeah, that's actually... Yeah, you don't get much replenishment throughout this whole sequence where you need to get up to the big guns, as it were. Okay, but it's down at least. You get a little bit of health. And yeah, I could have just skipped it. I don't know why I never considered that, but... Okay, so we don't want to jump up with bomb. We want to take it out one at a time and slowly. That we bomb, go off to the side. Then take this as a fall block with terrible timing. Okay, that's okay. We're still about half a tank above what we came in with last time, but until we actually know how to get around this pattern, and we took down one piece of the shield last time, we are generally not in great shape. So let's get up to the top maybe. Oh no, there's no ledge to stand on, so... And that hits pretty hard for about 20 health a hit. Ugh. Yikes. Okay. Okay, let's just jump through this stuff. Yeah, damage avoidance is half the battle here, if not all the battle. But yeah, if you don't take down the shield within the cycle, I think it does heal up. So then, you know, what do we do with all that? Yeah, and then, well, this is starting to get places. This is, yeah, a lot going on in this fight. And I'm playing very reactively around it right now. We just don't have a system for it yet. Okay, the shield is running, but then, yeah, we're down to a tank already. We're not likely to beat it this round, but let's see. The camera does tug quite aggressively. Okay, we need to figure out what the system is for getting around this phase, because I'm not finding the safety zone at all. Alright, same idea. Maybe less damage on the way up would be nice. As we traverse through the center here, whoops. Yeah, it's gonna chase me a little bit. We'll just try to weave carefully around some of these and try to stay safe. And we do have a system worked out for the electric segment. We just need to follow the plan instead of blundering into it. And the boss right now is just utter chaos, so that's going to take a little bit more work. Okay, here we are. Okay, so we just head back up now, and yeah, we took too much damage from this one previously, and wow, just half a tank already. Maybe we just skip this. Yeah, we should just skip it. It's way too harsh. Goes for this one too, actually. Although we took too much damage from there too. All in. Let's wait a little bit. Nope, bad timing. It's okay, about a tank up above where we usually are going into this. But of course, given how quickly we've been sliced apart by this guy, that hasn't necessarily helped. Let's read this again, just in case. Interior is further protected by an energy field that repels solid projectiles. So... let's see. Okay, this is just a dodging sequence. Yeah, you just need to get around it there. Get around it, that's fine. Taking damage is the first step here. I don't think I have to finesse to aim for specific parts of it here. We just need to keep some distance. Whoop. Wow. That's not a great location to stand in. However, it does let me fire at it somewhat. I don't think I can hit it from off screen. I don't think it will even detect. You barrel roll. No, it can't. Okay, that was quite bad. Okay, healing some of the shield at least. And then we can get some health back. Great. And then we go beam for the center section, which we do, except I lost all of those missiles that dropped. Can we actually scatter missiles by shooting into them? Yes, actually. And we should be doing so because we get some replenishment off of that. Whoop. Let's stand somewhere safe. Stand somewhere safe. Okay. Nope, hang on. Let's just shoot missiles. Okay, shoot missiles, that's the way. Well, that's okay, about a tank's worth. That's not too bad. Okay. Still in trouble, but we'll see what we can do. It's awfully close. Do here. Okay, we took out a turret at least, so that's progress. Way too close. But we actually want more missiles to come our way if we can. Nope, hang on. Give me some missiles. There we go. Oh, nope. Couldn't jump up to the health in time. Alright. That's okay. We actually did progress in the fight. And once you start peeling the shield, it actually feels a little bit more manageable. But we just need to not take so much damage on the way there. Taking too much damage already. Let's just heal it up. Go around these sometimes. Okay, full health going into this segment. That's an improvement. We'll skip that first robot if we can. That's after the power is reactivated. Since it is enough of a pain that we really ought to get around it. That's alright, really just a consistency check to ensure that we can get to the boss with as much in the tank as we can. And yeah, knowing we should be shooting into missiles for replenishment is a big plus, although we shouldn't get hit by so many missiles on the way to doing that. We should also switch to super missile for part of it, I think, but... So yeah, skip this guy. Don't want to deal with him. Skip this one too. Now there is a quick timing on one of the beams down below, so we need to watch out for that. So this one down below is here. There we go. Okay, excellent. Full health going under the boss. That's a significant improvement. Now, if we know we're going to hit, we should go super missile just so we can get through some of this a little more efficiently. Nope. We do not know we're going to hit, so let's wait for a better opportunity. And get it back in shield form. Oop, that did not work out. Saw some kind of shattering effect here. Okay, we should go for replenishment up top. Oh, nope, missed it. We get back up to full health. Okay, watch that. We don't see that pattern very often. Come on. Don't fire into that. We're already doing quite a bit better than usual in terms of survivability. I'm going to chase it a little bit so we can fire from under. We don't know what pattern. Oh, helix. Okay, let's get out. Get out of the helix. That's the best way to do it. Okay. We'll get super missiles back as well, so that's a big plus. We can actually hit those. Well, let's just dodge this part. Oh. Spend the super missiles already. Okay, this is looking a lot more stable than it usually is, though. In terms of just, you know, minimally playable. Okay, this we just need to dodge. The spacing is pretty regular and not too hard to figure out. Once again, as long as we're not too critically far down in health, we do get a good bit back just from shooting into the missiles if we do so a little bit more safely. Okay, but we are very much alive, at least in this phase. Apparently, so. peeled the shield, then we can just shoot indiscriminately. We can take out some of the turrets as well. That's plus. We took too much damage in that phase though. That was pretty rough. Okay, play a little bit of missile command over here and put what we can. Health is stable for now, as long as we don't take too many hits. Twin missile phases. But we haven't been able to shoot him very much. Didn't get much replenishment that time, actually. Haven't been able to get up there yet. Okay, take out turret. Good. Yeah, these just reflect. Missiles are not a problem right now. We're actually even full on the supers again. But we haven't really been able to get in close. Okay. Oops. Okay, actually gaining in terms of health, which is good. Try to peel the whole shield. I don't know how necessary it is to peel the whole thing, but I feel like we should, because that's what gives you access to the turrets itself, right? Okay, still stabilizing above 3 tanks now. Helix, get in the corner. I have not been able to take out this British shield yet. Yeah, that's weakening a little bit, but we also took way too much punishment in that cycle. Okay, this one we can spin around. That's... Oh, that was an accidental morph ball. Missed the health pickup. Let's try to catch some of these before they go. Okay, all shields down. However, I'm losing a lot in terms of energy tanks, so we're also not getting very much back anymore. And I missed most of the health pickups available that round, so that was a sudden swing in our fortunes, and we're almost down to the last tank, which is kind of terrible, but let's just try to this up a bit. I'm not able to reach that. We can get all 4 turrets down at once. Got close to it, but not quite. Not getting enough of the health pickups either. But at least we sprayed most of that down, and then we're above 2 tanks again. Nope. Getting hit by too much. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that was a lot of punishment all of a sudden. We don't want to stand on all those platforms because we're just jumping around too much, and then... Okay, got it. Okay, that was a thrill, but after a couple of attempts, we did it. Actually, that was the first of our attempts where we came in with full health, so that was, not surprisingly, a critical part of the puzzle here. You know, just not completely blowing the entry into that room. Let's take it very cautiously here. So we get around some of this stuff. Actually, I bet we can just go through. And then... however, there is something in this room. Is it because of the power bomb? Yeah, it is. It is the power bomb location that we found on the way back. However, with the power on now, we can go for the progression power-up that's on the left after the missile that we're about to deal with. Can we get hit here? Yes, we can. So let's be cautious and not blow up. Come on. Let's try to get them into position here. Okay, let's just get out here and go diagonal missile this way and just run them. Worst case, we'll just try to gun it for the door. Should we have enough missiles to get that door? Come on. Need to work on this aim. Yeah, we should just leave and go to the next room, but that's okay. We'll take these out. Exact some revenge or something. Might turn out to be a bad idea if we're critically low health after the power-up, given that we don't have a post-boss save yet. Might turn out to be quite a mistake. But at long last, we'll see what this is. And it is indeed the plasma beam. Now, progression-wise, I actually don't know what that gets me yet. Because we have a power bomb pickup down here that's unaccounted for. I mean, I suppose if you went for this area and got plasma beam first, that solves a lot of problems with the Metroid fights that we chose to do first instead. And now I say we go back to the center column and see where the lava has lowered for the next part of the map. Now, to do that, first let's get to the save and just fumble our way over there. Okay. Yeah, we'll drop in here. There's lava on the left side of this column here as well. I think maybe if we have some added protection, like, you know, gravity stacked environment or something later, come back for it, given that we need to come back to the tower for the power bomb anyway, with the power bomb for whatever's stuck behind there, which is probably just another power bomb expansion if I absolutely had to guess. But anyway, so much for the tower. Let's head down and see what we've done to this place. Actually, it just goes straight down here, and this would have been a much more sensible way to get the missile under lava that we picked up much earlier. Okay, this was the whole Shine Spark sequence that we did to the right, but then now lava has gone away. We're able to descend. Except we still don't have a power bomb, so never mind that. So we're supposed to have the power bomb at this point. Interesting. You know, what does plasma beam get you that would get you the power bomb? Maybe we do need to check the left side to see if lava has lowered there. I guess we hadn't gone back to the bottom left since powering on, so actually we should check that and see if the power bomb is in fact given to us this soon, which was unexpected, but we'll go back and check just in case. Yeah, because I guess if the lava has been lowered everywhere, including on this side, then it will also have been lowered on the left side. Let's go through the save in the center then, in that case, and then see what we can determine on the bottom left instead. And indeed, we have a passage available there now, and also a power-up available somewhere here, which is also based on the power bomb. So, I mean, presumably we get the power bomb very, very soon. Whether we have another big fight up to that point is to be determined. So, locks open. and we will indeed go down. Ooh, we got something blown up on the right side over there. And thoroughly buried. I'll powerbomb that location later to see if we can determine what's going on. Also, this bot has been a big problem. And yeah, I'm guessing we'll have another boss relatively soon. I don't remember the analogous area in the original, but this is very much analogous, I guess, to the placement of the Dig or Not sequence in Samus Returns. I think we just skip this stuff. Too much resource expenditure otherwise. Naturally, we'll check up first in case of anything like a save, but it looks like we'll need to power that on. Now, interesting that we have a spark location here. I kind of wonder, we'll spider up here because I wonder if that implies that there's a spark location up above that will also become relevant. Notice this block right here, for instance, that we tucked behind. Maybe this is just the return path once you can shine spark up. Yeah, looks like it's just a return path if you dash over whatever's down here. I wonder if it continues down below. No, it's just shine spark from this location, and looks like it's potentially for return purposes only, but we'll find out soon enough. Because you don't really get that much running distance work with here, right? Like if you go run, well, I guess you maybe get just enough if you have a lot of finesse about it. Let's try it. Just want to see if we can... Yeah, it's just a return path. It doesn't actually get you anything. Just a speed shortcut for people who care about the clock. There are a few things like this in this game, things that are pure speed shortcuts that don't actually get you any bonuses, but are there for time and style. A lot of telltale signs that this is built for the Metroid veteran. And built to accommodate that. Oop. Come on. Get rid of it so we can go through. I don't know if we'll get a more proximate save once we get through this sequence. But yeah, we should skip some of these when we can. Ooh, elevator. Interesting. Alright. Let's take it down. First actual powered lift we've seen in this game so far. Okay. You know what? Oh, there's a little middle section there too that the lift passes through. We should try to sneak up there if we are able to go through the shaft. Are we? Yes. Yes, we are. But then is it just an overlap? It looks like, yeah, it's just an overlap. You have to cross over it in true Super Metroid fashion. And we have a save station. So yeah, at this point we kind of understand how progression will eventually have to proceed. It's going to be power bombed through the central segment and grabbing some of the bonuses that we need to tidy up along the way. But we need to earn that first and see how exactly that's going to happen. Oh. We'll check this side first before we drop. That's interesting that we have nothing here, so it seems, but we'll check everything just in case. Yeah, probably a return path. Or later. If I had to guess. Oh, whoops. Unnecessarily bumping that. I assume we can't touch these. They look hazardous. Okay, scanning environments, and this is the power plant. Water from a hydro station is injected into the system using insulated pipes. And any significant change in temperature is going to overload one of these arrays. Well, I mean, we have a plasma beam, but this looks like a power bomb moment, actually. Oh, hang on. Power bomb. Look at that. Right? So we get the power bomb, but then I'm sure we have to bust our way out of here. Wait, hang on. Yeah, power bomb using the hold missile button, of course. You see a glass tube in a Metroid game, you break it. And then we have a timed escape. Oh, can't see what's going on here because the power cell temperature indicator is blocking my visibility a little bit. But yeah, the temperature indicator is going to be your timer for the escape sequence. I don't see where to go here. Oh, there we go. Oh, and then we actually have a tank prototype. Sensors on his head provided with accurate aim, however the outlet protecting it has weakened with time. Okay, so yeah, kind of interesting that this turned out to be the kind of dig or not sequence analog. Another interesting case of convergence between the remakes. We just shoot this thing and we'll just try to get through quickly. Yeah, it's blocking my way out, so we obviously do have to just take out this core and stand this location. Oh, I used a charge beam for once with plasma. Anyway, is it dead? It's dead. So now we pick up everything we can. We don't actually need the ammunition. What we do need is time. So let's get out. Now, what about the left side here? No. What is that left side even for then? Given that all this is going to be destroyed. Oh, and of course we... Oh, okay. No, it's a story thing where you hit the right side, then it shows you that it's blocked, then you have to hit the left side, and then that opens. Yeah. Because it's expecting you to check the save first, I guess. And... anything? Shine Spark. Really? I guess... Oh, wait, hang on. We need to run it. Okay, and then see if we can do this. Except we need to spark through this as well. That's okay, or rather just speed boosts through it. We need a lot more running distance here. Okay, just a speed booster from all the way here then. And then exit this way. Does that get us out of trouble? It should, maybe. And maybe we need to cross down to the wreckage at some point, but we'll find. Yeah, and that got the little green eggs and ham macro that you see in chat. I actually originally set that up years ago in Metroid Dread. But insofar as green eggs and hammers are concerned, of course, that is more relevant to Metroid 2 than it is to any other Metroid game. For reasons that we will see by the time we're out of here. Oh yeah, no wonder there's the Shine Spark location here, because it gives you the speed path that we actually did know about. And just didn't think to repeat here. And then this gives you the new door here for story sequence, and then drop. So many bots everywhere. Does it make sense that we're looping back down to the right? That doesn't make sense. Why would we? Why would we fall back down like that? Hey, wait, no. We did this wrong. Unless we were supposed to maybe build up speed here for. Okay. Okay, right side, and then we're getting obstructed by everything. We may be flubbing this slightly. But let's just get out. You know what? Power bomb it. Like a sensible person. It's there specifically to encourage you to power bomb. Hey, wait a minute. How come it's accelerating? Well, we'll get out here. Maybe it's a story thing where it absolutely maxes out until you're through the gate. Wait a minute. Yeah, no, it's absolutely a story thing. You can see its speed up near the end. And then... yeah. Now, do we have a save that's nearby? The one up above. We need to be careful about that, though. We should absolutely take it, but... maybe at some point there's a reason to go down to the wreckage. We should actually take a look. I mean, I've got 5 health here. We should be extra cautious. Even with everything here being wrecked. I guess at some point there's that middle passage down below that we'll cut through, but we're so far from the nearest save down there that, like, naturally we should continue rather than backtrack. And yeah, all this is destroyed anyway, so we can't actually... oh, except for this. But there's no save around here. We need to replenish first, for sure, I would say. Now we have Power Bomb to continue. We can check back here afterwards, but we should absolutely save first. And hopefully not hit some little flying bot obstructing us on our way up. Like one of these guys going side to side. Just gonna barely make it through, and then... as long as we don't get bitten by a mosquito or something on the way up, then we'll be able to hit this save station and then sweep the board a little bit for the power bomb pickups along the way. However, I kind of want to go down first to see how far we can push down the passage that we just destroyed. Oh, whoops. First of all, though, yeah, as expected, power bomb expansions are hidden behind power bombs. And I guess we should go for that top one too. That's just going to be through the area where we previously picked up the plasma beam. I'm just thinking of the faster route to go there. We'll have to go through this passage at some point anyway to go through the middle, so I just want to go back and backtrack and inspect out of curiosity. Oh yeah. Okay. Then you can totally descend through here. Only to hit nothing. Okay, I guess that's as low as we go. Kind of curious though that we have what seems like a door in the picture. Let's spider up here, actually. I find it suspicious. Yeah, I thought so. And there is totally a pickup here somewhere. I think we should just power bomb it to... Oh, no, here it is, energy tank. Thought so. And there's still something on this side. We should just power bomb it. We'll at least reveal some blocks. Shine Spark and Super Missile, interesting. Probably Super Missile expansion, I don't know. Hang on. We need to run from here. Nope, not enough distance. No. We're just short of distance here. Like we need just a tiny bit more distance to cover it with the dash. There we go. Okay, let's jump it. No, hang on, lost it. Okay, yes, this is fan-made. It is one of the best-known fan-made Nintendo-adjacent projects, probably. Hang on, we're losing it. We have to go left to right for it. It is indeed human-made. Predates much of the current paradigm of generative AI, for sure. Yeah, it's very much kind of a concept of what would happen if Metroid 2 were remade along the same lines as Zero Mission remade the original, and it was done without knowing that Nintendo was also working on an updated Metroid 2 at the same time. Okay, so the thing is, when we go right to left, I can get the spark. But for some reason, when I go left to right, I'm not getting enough distance to do it. I have to kind of press right at the end. And I'm not getting it. There we go. Okay, good. And then, but then how do we shoot this with a super missile? How on earth we shoot that with a super missile? Unless, well, we power bombed everything around here, so we should have been able to see. Unless we have to open this and then, like, on the ledge we shoot. Yeah, we cling onto the ledge onto the right side, then we shoot with the super missile. Okay. Let's switch to super missile first. Then I have to do this again. Yeah, I'm not getting it. Let's see what we can do. Mega Man Cross Street Fighter is not something I'm familiar with. I'm not sure that counts as being based off of a Nintendo game, given that both of those are Capcom, but... yeah, this is actually the first full-scale fan game I think that I've played on stream. You know, not counting things like Mario Maker content, obviously. It's really hard to get this spark here. Like, you have just enough distance, but there we go. Okay. Oh, and I missed. Okay. But yeah, it's a ledge cling on the right side, super missile to the left. That's what it is. Luckily, once the ledge is up and running, the blocks will not respawn and push me out, I think. Come on. Can't believe how much time I'm spending on this one. Yeah, the timing is wrong for me. I have to push it right at the end. But before I hit the wall, like a split second before I hit the wall. It's surprisingly tricky. And I don't get more running distance from just starting here, I don't think, because, you know, you lose momentum from the ledge, from what I can tell. But yeah, you actually get less distance that way, so. Yeah, we need to hit this really, really accurately. It's very, very tricky. Come on. Maybe there's some input trick to it that I don't know, but... Because it has to be like very, very last minute in terms of your timing to get the spark. And I'm not even getting it in the right to left movement now. Like something is not coming together for me. There we go. Okay, cling right. Missile. There we go, finally. And then we need to actually get up here before anything respawns. Okay, the important thing is that we did it. That looks like it's the only thing that's going to be available down here. Because we blew up everything below. At some point, we'll see how to cross over on the blue tile, but I think it's just along the main route descent. And we know at this point that Power Bomb also gets you something up in this top corner. I don't know if we want to backtrack all the way there at this point, but we might consider it. Because, yeah, there's a Super Missile followed by Power Bomb location up in the top right there, and it might be interesting. At this point, I kind of mentioned there's much that we can't blow up, so it might actually pay off to do a big backtrack, because we know there's an energy tank up there that was hidden behind gray blocks. We don't know what destroys the gray blocks, actually, because they weren't marked for Power Bomb. It could be that they are locked behind the baby Metroid. Depending on how that's indicated in this game, which we still don't know. Yeah, for those unfamiliar with Metroid 2, in the course of this commentary, I have had no restrictions on just openly spoiling anything in Metroid 2 or in Samus Returns, because it's much more informative to discuss this game in light of those two. And so, that's okay. I'm sure the statute of limitations on that has long expired. Did I finish Metroid Prime 4? Yes, I did it to 100% back in December. 100% collectibles, not 100% scans, which I heard afterwards does in fact have a cutscene tucked behind it, but we were way past the point where 100% scans was possible, because like every single Metroid Prime game, I missed scans on my first run. That has been the case for every game in the series. And yes, in case you're wondering, the one I missed in Prime 2 was in fact the Spider Guardian, which is particularly notorious for just that. But yeah, I've never cared too much about 100% scans. Actually, Prime 4 is the first one that I think has really kind of locked something additional, like cutscene behind 100% scans rather than just items, I think, which makes it unfortunate that it is also very easily missable. Okay, we will probably proceed down, although I am kind of tempted to walk all the way back for the power bomb spots that we know about. Particularly, yeah, like I said, we know there's an extra energy tank up in the top right. It might be something worth doing later, though, because we know there's some other stuff that's tucked behind Screw Attack and all that. Samus Returns does have a fast travel warp system as you progress through the map, which makes backtracking with late game power-ups much more manageable. And this game hasn't had any sign of anything like that so far, so, you know, for something like a very early powerbomb block, we may have some work to do to go all the way back. Unless a big shortcut presents itself. For various reasons, I expect that once we go down and cross over here, we will eventually have a return path that goes up this side. But I don't know how accessible this stuff in the top right will be by that point. So. Yeah, how does this compare to Metroid 2 on 3DS, i.e. Samus Returns? Well, we've had lots and lots to say about that, actually. It's pretty interesting to see how they kind of independently thought about the same problems in different ways, but which were oddly reminiscent of each other in terms of where to place some additional sequences, boss content, etc. But the way that this game controls is much more of a natural continuation of the GBA Metroid games, Fusion and Zero Mission. This was by design very close to those two. Whereas Samus Returns was kind of like a prototype where Metroid Dread would eventually go by introducing things like 360-degree free aim on the missiles and the melee parry and some other things. There were a lot of things about it that made it look like a preparatory project essentially for Dread, which it in fact turned out to be. So, do we do a massive backtrack? I'm considering it. I mean, maybe not yet, because we know we have to go back with Screw Attack at some point anyway. It's just that, it's really tempting to go for that energy tank up top, since we know it's there. Yeah, let's wait on at least Screw Attack first, I would say. Although that might be a bit later, depending on how everything is placed in this game. Oh yeah, powerbomb here. That's why we ran around so much to begin with and did the entire escape sequence just now. And then here's the next lava barrier, and then we'll probably have a zone scan for more Metroids soon. Like right now. 8 Metroids detected in the area, 8 out of the remaining 14. We'll take the fall blocks down here, and then, yeah, gravity suit's coming for sure. That's what water portends. And we will need gravity suit to just get out of this area at all. I probably missed a save station or something on the left side, but... Distribution center. A massive building outfitted with electrical conduits and water pipes, two things that mix so wonderfully. But yeah, slow movement water zone, we know gravity suit's coming. Except this thing is going to obstruct me. Yeah, the thing about Samus Returns on the 3DS is that there's one thing more than any other that holds back that game, and it is not a thing in the game itself, but part of the hardware, which is that, as with a couple of movement-intensive games on the 3DS, the circle pad on the 3DS is not up to the task. I have played through Samus Returns to 100% twice on my 3DS over the years, and I have broken my circle pad on the device twice. And yeah, it doesn't really handle that. You can tell, actually, going to Metroid Dread with many of the similar mechanics refined further, but just with some proper sticks, what a massive difference it makes for some of the ideas that we're pursuing with the analog aim. This game here I've been playing entirely with D-pad because it's what feels properly familiar coming from Fusion or Zero Mission. We will spider ball above this area and just check it. Or we can just space jump above this area. Why don't we keep a spider? Let's just jump and find a ceiling and then see what's tucked in around here. Does 3DS not have a D-pad? The D-pad is not used for movement in Samus Returns because... Oh, let's take a look at the Shine Spark location. Because, again, the game depends on 360-degree analog missile aim for the Metroid fights. There's a significant difference. Okay, so we can't get up to that missile until we have Gravity Suit to spark through this stuff. So yeah, that's actually a big adjustment, is that both of the Mercury Steam Metroids, Samus Returns on 3DS and Dread on Switch, were designed for analog movement. Now, even though I am very much a D-pad player for most 2D games, to the point that I, as you know, used the Super Nintendo controller in Mario Maker, there are some games where the artwork and the movement have been designed in such a fashion that I became comfortable playing with stick. Actually, the Ori series is a very good example of that, where, you know, it's played with stick, but then it was actually designed for stick, so that's okay. It's not as bad of an adjustment as I might think. Very similarly, Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, which I streamed last year, is kind of in that situation as well. But those are games where you can play them with a proper stick and not with the 3DS Circle Pad, which was always a bit of a fragile compromise. Anyway, Plasma Beam is just going to blow these up, and wow, they scatter all over the place. I guess this is the game's way of warning you that's what's going to happen when you fight them. So it doesn't surprise you, you know, it just warns you, this is the mechanic, you're going to have to deal with it. And we took a lot of damage up to that point, but luckily we do have a save. I don't know if we'll finish this game today. We may have an additional sitting with it, but we will see how we're doing. Because, yeah, we didn't really bump the percentage up very much today, but we did progress a lot in the Metroid count. And it does look like there's still quite a lot of ground to cover, depending on how expanded the various sections are. We got knocked back by that. That's not great. Okay. And then, yeah. Well, not dodging much of this. We'll bomb our way through here. Actually, we shouldn't have done that yet. We should have used plasma to blow up this stuff first. That's okay. At least we have some ground to hide behind now. As with everything in this game, I'm sure there's a fast method that we're not seeing, but we're not trying. Yeah, we do not blow up the wall yet. We let them all explode first. What is this floor? Nothing yet. Okay, this looks like a passage on the left or something, but we'll see. No, it's just wall. Okay, so inside of the facility, we'll just check the ceiling first. And then, yeah, this is something. We'll pop that and power things on. Oh, yeah, no, this must be similar to the boost ball gates that we saw earlier, maybe, or maybe it's not. Maybe it's... Well, we'll see, because we saw a couple of devices that looked like this earlier on, at least on 2 occasions. Possibly they wound up being warp points, actually, or something. But I'm not sure. But, well, I mean, not this one specifically, but it's a very similar visual design. So eventually we'll solve the problem of some of the unpowered gates that we saw in much earlier zones. And so possibly we now managed to activate that in places that we saw far earlier in the experience. Because I could think of at least 2 unpowered doors that we had come across that had a similar visual design. Any exposure to beam weapons will destabilize the energy charge. Interesting. Let's see what that entails. But yeah, we... power this on, and presumably that just gives me the door, yeah. And we'll see what else that will open up on the way. You know, let's just not hit these. I think the idea is that we should not hit them if we don't have a wall defending us. However, we will need decent timing on a speed booster, I guess. No. Oh yeah, and they blow up anyway, so we might as well just blow them up. But as long as we get enough of a run, we'll get hit by everything here. It's okay, as long as we get enough of a run, then we just go through the speed booster passage on the right. And then there's something down here. I'm gonna power bomb it just to expose what the tiles are. It might be relevant here. Screw attack. Okay, well, we don't have that yet. Okay, what's this? That do damage? Couldn't actually tell. Okay, this is one of the devices I was talking about. Oh, I'm probably supposed to land it in this location, like we let it roll, and then it gives you a surge of electricity this way. That makes sense now. And then can we blow this up afterwards to dislodge it or anything? No, it stays powered. So this is like a little electricity puzzle then, I guess, where we need to send things across. Maybe. Or we just surge them this way. Yeah, and then I guess we just need to send it down here by pushing it. Push it with the beam. Maybe? No, we need to just roll it by blowing up some of this stuff. And then... yeah, the bomb actually throws it forward. So there's a bit of a physical interaction with the morph ball bomb, which is kind of interesting. Oh, we should have taken those out first. Oh well. wonder if we can still hit those from afar. Blow them up a bit. Not really. Yeah, we will just do soak damage on these, I think. We're probably not supposed to damage them like that, but that's okay. We'll deal with it. We'll have to send another one down, and that's okay. We'll get it done. And bomb it down here. Whoop. Wall block down there, so we need to be careful here. Throw it. And then land it through like this. Power's on everything here. Save station to the left. We'll go with that first, obviously. And presumably when we go back to this room, it stays powered. Okay. Oh, interesting. So, yeah, we can fight the Metroid using this. Maybe. Well, not like that we don't. But... well, we need to get rid of it, and then we power something on the other side of it, possibly. But... yeah, we can't just cheese it this way, necessarily, but... can we... does it actually damage it all? I don't think it does. I think it just... for the puzzle of getting these things across. Maybe. Well, no, either way... okay, we just need to blow things up here. We should just powerbomb this guy, I mean... hang on. Taking too much punishment. Might not be right. Taking too much damage. Try to powerbomb this. Nope, got killed first. That's okay, we're right by the save. I think we're supposed to activate the bombs underneath it, but I haven't been able to position it in a way that appears to be inflicting damage. It is hard to tell, though, whether we are in fact progressing with it. We'll see. I mean, obviously beams won't do anything. We do need a missile interaction. Possibly we position some bombs. I don't know if that actually did anything. Maybe not. Oh, you know what? We can electrify our beam. And maybe... no, it doesn't really do anything. It's not what I think it does. I don't know if we're actually doing any damage to it here. But I had to just go back to the usual weaponry that works on it. Maybe it just makes it difficult to see or something when you shoot it with beams. Yeah, let's not just stand on a corner. I don't know if trying to zap these from underneath accomplishes anything whatsoever. I just don't see it flashing with damage or anything. I think it just obstructs your visibility more than anything. Oh, actually, I think maybe the power surge disables your missiles or something, and so we actually don't want to try to beam all over the place. But I'm not clear on that, actually. We'll have to go back and try it a bit. And possibly also just, you know, go for the cheesier methods. If we can, although, yeah, the bombs come back, that's the issue, because Otherwise, we just jump back up here and... Okay. Can't see a thing. Okay. No. Just jump. And stay low otherwise. Yeah, I think we just have to fight it to stand away. I just don't see the various charges as helping. At least I can't see that they help at all, so... I think they're just disruptive. And yeah, we need to just not get trapped. Let's go supers. And miss every single one. Wow. Yeah, you need to be at the same elevation for the missiles to hit straight on. And no. Nope, not able to sustain much height here. Yeah, it totally does disable your projectile a bit. Now, eyes are red, we're progressing somehow, but we'll probably take the death on this attempt. Not progress too much further. Standing too close, yeah. That's okay, we can refine that a bit. But we just need to fight it a standard way and actually just not use beams. Perhaps. It is possible to deflect bombs using the... or deflect the charges using a morphball bomb the way that we usually do, but I don't see that as really working out for us right now. I just cannot get out of here. Okay. Okay. Standing too close. Okay, super missiles are out, but at least we got a few hits in that time, about 50% accuracy on those maybe. At least it'll expedite the fight, ideally. Yeah, just need to hit that space jump rhythm, at least some of the time. Nope, just getting caught by everything. Okay. This is going back and forth in somewhat predictable motion. There we go. That was quite rough. We're going back to that save station. That was really not ideal. Does this room continue? It does, but then we're going back to the save first. That was not well played. I really feel like we missed some way to use the charges as a mechanic that maybe we were supposed to look up and understand, but that's alright. Oh, we're supposed to send a charge through here then, I guess. Maybe. I'm not sure how we should, given... unless we do it from that room. I can't imagine that we send them between rooms. It doesn't make sense to me. But... Actually, yeah, no, I just put the ball in here. The ball teleports to this location. Okay. Or rather, it gets sent through the shaft. This location. Okay, so we'll have a whole series of shafts. And let's hit that and charge everything. Oh, nope. There's a chain into something else. Plasma beam luckily takes care of those quite well. Better than missiles did, actually. By quite a margin. That was a bit untidy, though. Screw attack in the middle and up top. So screw attack looks like it's coming soon. We'll just have to see how exactly that will go. Now it looks like, yeah, this is just another ball escort potentially. You know what? Let's just up here. Okay, good. So we just need to send it across like that, maybe? Because we don't want it to be activated by electricity from any of these, right? So... Oh, and then it'll activate it. Yes? No, it doesn't, actually. It just blows everything up, and then we take tons of damage. But then we just... Wait, how would we send it across if... Oh, actually, no, we were supposed to probably just overcharge everything using this. Maybe land in the middle? No, not really. Well, let's take a look at the next room and see what this is all about. Don't know how we were supposed to use it. Maybe eventually we have to open something up in the middle here and then send that into the appropriate location. We'll grab the save. We'll pick something to check either right or down below. But let's see. Still 7 Metroids in this zone, so there's a lot to work through. Oh yeah, this is just connecting through a couple of other ball tubes. More screw attack here. Wow, that's a lot of Metroids. Okay, that's fine. A lot at once, actually. It's like a mass Metroid fight. Hang on. Power bomb? Or are they not vulnerable to it? I guess we'll err on the side of just going missile for everything. Feels like we're supposed to come back here with screw attack. But that's okay, we'll just punch them all out. Get some replenishment. This has been surprisingly successful. That's a lot of Metroids at once, actually. It's going to knock us down to 2 remaining after we this one out. And we're back in full health. quite the holding tank. We better save first before we get into anything else. Well, that's a big hit to the total Metroid count. 8 remain. We don't have the means to deal with this yet. This looks like it's the kind of thing that's maybe taken up by the infant eventually. It's part of the return path, maybe? I don't know. Well, we don't have the means to go through it yet, by the looks of it. Unless, well, we can try some things. We can try our bomb. And super missile. No, there's nothing. Not going to be anything in our arsenal at the moment. Just looking at the map to see if there's anything we very obviously need to look for. I don't know why there was a room up top to the left that we somehow missed. Oh, that's before this room. How would it go up at that location? Let's find out. Don't remember what that was obstructed by. Top here. Oh yeah, no, this is screw attack. That's what it is. So, nothing's getting done until we get screw attack. Luckily we're close to save because we can take all this punishment and live to tell the tale. Okay, we might as well send this down just in case we do in fact need it. Yeah, I'm just going to remove some instructions here. There we go. Now, how far do we send that thing down? All the way down, okay. Well, let's see where we need it. Are we charging something down below? Try to snipe this with a charge. There we go. Much better, and just shoot it repeatedly. Yeah, you can actually disable those with a charge. Okay, that is actually very important information, that it disables everything around it with an EMP. And it looks like they stay disabled for some time. Well, then let's continue using that if we can, because we'll need it here anyway. Oh, wrong way. We are. Should power the door up above, and then we will go back. Yeah, we should figure out how to use the EMP effect on those strategically. Oh, that's what the earlier room was supposed to teach me. The one that was full of these bots exploding everywhere and had the electric orb in the top left corner. It was trying to show me that you can disable robotic defenses with them. Like these ones, for instance, which are going to blow up everywhere, and we've got to get out before anything happens. Now, nothing's activating just yet, so we'll try to plug the top corner here to see if there's anything going on. Nope, we just need to get out. Okay, right side. We'll take that out. And just wait while it explodes everywhere. Just take it patiently until we find the missile gate. Okay, what are we getting? Screw attack, as signaled by absolutely everything around us. Okay, well, that'll improve our movement through the game by quite a bit. Might take out the bots instantly if we use it. Well, yeah, it really just wrecks them, as we would expect. Now, having a screw attack at this point, we clearly go out the top. However, we should try to retrace for some collectibles when we're able. And then nothing else optional here that we found. Anything we want to see down below? Not yet, really. However, we should see if that little membrane is vulnerable to screw attack. I don't think it will be, but I'll try to look for that once more if we are able. This is still shut. Kind of wonder what's going to connect to it. Okay, so we'll try this just to see if the green membrane does anything. Again, I do not expect it to. I think it's probably locked behind the Infinite Metroid, but we will see. Well, might as well wait on them since we blasted everything that way. Yeah, this was supposed to disable all of them, which we absolutely didn't do. We will go up here at some point, but we want to check some of those optional power-ups first, I think, which means we should have wrapped back around. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure screw attack was what the other one was locked behind as well, but we'll go back and check. And then we'll progress through the main path after that. Oh, these were fall blocks, weren't they? So I guess we can't go up this way. Nope, it's bomb blocks. Never mind. We're fine. Oops. And yeah, we'll just blast through here. Disable everything in sight, which is fine. That's how we should have played that to begin with. I feel like there might be a more efficient way to do this, but that's okay. Was it actually possible to get back up here? We'll find out. We'll see about this power up here. This screw attack. Or a super missile. And... oh, I guess the top level passage probably connects both ways, in which case... well, we're far enough on this backtrack. I don't know if we want to weave all the way around. Let's check the left of this room just in case, actually. Maybe. Yeah, because I'm thinking the top level there that goes above the structure probably just connects in both directions, and then we can have a more efficient path to go to the power-up that's unaccounted for on the left, which we'll try. So we do need to backtrack a little bit here. You know what? Disable everything the way that we were supposed to in the first place. And then we'll head back over to the right. And then this just allows you to punch through, so we don't need to do the whole zigzag passage, because we can just jump through everything. I'm going to hit the save first before we proceed through this area, just out of an abundance of caution after covering that much ground. And let's just get through, and up we go. Okay, it looks like an underpassage here. Yeah, that'll send us up. That explains how some of the backtracking will work, probably, but let's see. Oh, it looks like, yeah, this looks like a whole series of fast travel passages, potentially, except this one's broken. So I think, yeah, we suddenly have a transport hub. That explains a lot of the backtracking, potentially, so... let's launch this and shoot it. Or perhaps not. Okay, we'll do here, and then we need to launch over to this to open up the door to the left, which we can do. Oops. Nope. Yeah, juggle it better than that. Yeah, so until then, this door on the left isn't powered anyway, so we'll have to deal with that. So yeah, interesting solution to what we thought had to come at some point was some kind of transport system to ease up on some of the backtracking. Yeah. Oh, right, we need Shine Spark for this one. Yeah, so we can't get that yet because that's dependent on gravity. Gravity suit. So we cannot get that one yet, but I want to check the left wall because we haven't done so. We'll just try to map out the boundary, and then otherwise we'll go back to the transport system and progress through there. And lose the screw attack because we fell into the water. just powerbomb this stuff. Not dealing with it. Although, there's a bottom passage here. We hadn't actually checked. We better see how this is locked, in case it does get us to gravity. Which I think it might. So yeah, we wanted to backtrack through the transport system earlier, but since we've been thrust over here, we might as well just with it. Because we do still have the 2 Metroids in a zone that we need to deal with. Speed booster is not happening until we have gravity, so we'll back off just a little bit here. Let's see how to continue. Notice that this entire area here would have been traversable without screw attack as well, because it's not relevant to our movement set down here, except this gets you the other side of the membrane, which we cannot do anything with yet. So unless you can walk through it. Can we just walk through it? No, you can't. Or ball through it? No. No. Okay, so that's absolutely gated off then. Well, at least now we know, so... Whoops. And we can check the right side. Although I guess we technically had already. Yeah, that's right. That's the speed booster gate over there. Oops. Not exactly building up speed. But we'll just try to get out of here, and that will at least get us out of the gravity zone for the moment. We do still have to count 2 more Metroids in the area at some point. But I suspect we need to use the transport system first before anything else will happen here. The important thing is we mapped out this room, and we'll have some idea of what to do with it when we return. Okay, now I think we should actually hit the save first, and then before we see what kind of trouble we're getting up to. It's okay, fairly quick sequence. Get back to testing out the different connecting points to see where exactly they're going to bring us. Yeah, once they start exploding everywhere, then well, so much for getting that save station. That's okay. Shouldn't have been firing indiscriminately into this section anyway. Now we can explore upwards for another hub here. Also, anything up above? Sure. So I guess we should try a little bit of everything just to see where they connect. Okay, interesting. This sends you over here to the Tower of Power. Ah, right, okay, and then previously would not have seen this because it is screw attack blocked, and then so grab this save station, and then yeah, it's just going to be fast transport to all of the other zones for tracking purposes. Let's do a little bit of sweeping then, since we have more or less everything we need for many of the things we've seen thus far, apart from Gravity Suit, of course. I actually should check that suspiciously empty square on the left. Usually the map wouldn't necessarily just leave a gap like that, but we'll drop a power bomb here and see. No, not really anything. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, this is broken down. This goes where? Let's find out. Now, we never figured out what these blocks are blown up with. We should try with Power Bomb, but something tells me it's not going to be that since it's not marked as a Power Bomb obstruction. But coming down here at all may actually get us places. So yeah, because this is yet another screw attack gate. Which then allows us to sweep this area here. Yeah, again, I was kind of presuming that we would need to do something about this block in order to figure out how to get that power up. Same with the energy tank up top. So possibly no purpose to come here yet until we've understood how those get taken apart. Oh, you know what? We have to power this. No way. Then that means that we need to figure out where we're going to have an object that will be sent here so we can open up the gate to the right. Oops. Unless, of course, we're supposed to make that happen on our own. No, I think we have to roll a by-center like this one. I wonder why we hadn't really noticed that before, had we? Oh, sent to the wrong place. So I kind of bounce that to the right, perhaps, and then have it deflect all the way down. And then deflect it this way, which should then open the door to the right. Feels like a fight. Oh, interesting that there's a speed booster segment here that looks like just a continuation. Assuming that we can run over it again. Hang on, let's just... I thought that just by running over it we could drop through, but maybe it's just a return passage. Yeah, because if you try to peel it this way, it just goes down again instantly. So it looks like it's a return passage from down below somehow. I was kind of thinking that, you know, with one of the more prominent passages being the one that's super missile and power bomb off to the right of the big central structure that you see here. That would likely be where we have actual progression next. But yeah, speed booster, we just jump through this stuff. Then, what do we have here? Screw attack in this location, then sends us through. Just figure out what we're dealing with. Oh, okay, so it's like a Shine Spark puzzle segment, probably. Or it will be, but we're demolishing some walls in this place. This looks very much like the Zero Mission style of Shine Spark puzzle room, potentially. Or you just need to preserve the spark and continue in a few different locations. Like if you run this... Nah, not enough distance. I also punched through a lot of things over here, but in order to progress here, we do need to build up a run, I think, and then I won't do it over here. Okay, interesting. Ah, okay, that makes a lot of sense, actually. You would then have a speed passage down below. And then you would need to charge that up down here. We'll see how it goes. Oh, nope, can't really go diagonal on it, perhaps. We would be trying to get over here, but we need to figure out how that's going to look in terms of trajectory. Oops. Try it again. No, couldn't really. And then do it properly. Let's think about it. Now, whenever we saw these in Fusion Zero Mission, okay, we got that. Typically, it's something to do with trying to find a slope continuation. And Dread has a couple of challenges like that as well. It's all about just knowing the ins and outs of the Shine Spark mechanic in terms of when it's available. Almost. It's not the right kind of angle at all. But perhaps if we're able to get onto this slope, then we can charge it for the next area here now. What I actually want to do is powerbomb this just to see what the layout is like. Okay. That's the last powerbomb for now, though. just go left over here. It doesn't really do the trick. Oh, it's too late. Observing the charge. I mean, at least these stay destroyed, which means, well, potentially we might be able to put something together here. So I'm getting on the slope, but I need to preserve charge on the slope. And then we need to find a way to get up to that location. Could be missing something. I no longer have bombs to check. Just gonna check some more locations here just to know what we're dealing with. Nothing suspicious. We did check that with the power bomb before. I mean, this stuff just hits ceiling. I have to think about this. Speaking of which, so there's the ball spark. Not going to be able to descend through this necessarily, but yeah, that's obviously the return path from below, but kind of wonder if ball spark's going to be something useful to us at some point. Yeah, so you get on the slope if you go bottom like that. If I can rebuild a charge, then we zip up here, but then that only takes up the first column. Need some other firing angle for that I don't have yet. Maybe, but we'll find out. Because what if I... Yeah, we can do the jump in midair. Actually, that's what it is to jump in midair, and then you get on a slope. You recharge the spark, you jump, and then jump in midair to go left. Avatar Protocol, welcome. It is my first time through AM2R. So, if you are familiar with it, hope you're enjoying dropping by to say hello to it once more. Yeah, no, it has to be left and then charge, up and then left. And it's going to be a sequence beyond that. It has to be that. It's the only thing that makes sense. Oh, no. Missed it. I have to hit down. Charge it there. Just need to work on some of the muscle memory for this. This is the first really all-out multi-segment Shine Spark puzzle that we've seen, whoops, so far in this game, and so we just need to recall how things worked in Fusion and Zero Mission and find how this game is approximating all that. Oh no, wrong button. I keep trying to hit the jump too early instead of hitting down to get the charge back first. Oh, no. Missed it. Missed a button to jump in and go left. Yeah, we have the sequence, we just need to do it. And then I don't know how many more segments there are past that point, but Well, at least be breaking those blocks. Nope, missed it. Had to be pretty quick about it. Maybe we should actually, when we get a charge here, we should fall back down here so we have more room to go up before we need to redirect. Or, actually, no, we don't want to do that. We want to build up the charge, and then, yeah, you can't use the charge on the jump up, obviously, because then you don't have a chance to go right. What we need to do is to preserve it, the side jump, and then straighten out, and then go left. The way that this is supposed to work usually. It's been a while since I've played GBA games to remember the straightening out from the screw attack. Then, yeah, a little low there, but that's the right way to do it. So we screw attack up, straighten out with up, and then shine spark left. This takes a little bit of practice to relearn this. But I think we do need to do a slope recharge down low. It's going to be necessary. And then there we go. Okay, super missile here. That's fine. We can do it. Or yeah, there we go. And then this is going to be ball spark, which we can do. We just need to come down here and then roll over. So we'll do all that. No, except we need to kind of roll here and then ball spark over, I guess. So we just need to build a charge and then preserve it for long enough, unless I need to do some kind of redirection. Yeah, actually no, we kind of need to preserve it on each slope, possibly. I'm not exactly remembering how to chain the ball spark, but we'll do it and figure it out step by step. Yeah, that's too late. I think I need to recharge it on the upslope for sure. Like, roll it to the right and then get on the slope and then charge it up once more. Maybe. I don't remember how to do it. No, whoops, wrong way. Avatar protocol, you think it's professional? I mean, what part? Okay, so yeah, no, we need to recharge it slope by slope. And then get to this point where we can actually roll it over. This is very much a do you remember Zero mission moment. Over here. Okay. Okay. Oh, we totally did it. Except I missed. Because I was off the floor. We need to jump it here. Spark here, and then it rolls over on the ground. Okay, yeah, because I actually was too far in the air. But yeah, we can chain the ball spark on the upward slopes. We just need to remember how to do it. There we go. At long last. Now what do we get for our effort? We get a super missile expansion, and did we ever work for that one? Okay. That was satisfying though, and in terms of just a mechanical review of how this kind of thing works, and just had to reassemble it step by step. Oh, and you know what? We didn't even go through this upward passage that is supposed to take you back up. Yeah. I mean, except everything got restored, so we're not going to see it, but I don't think anything was there that we didn't already know about. It's just a return path that we should have noticed up to this point, because we definitely saw it available from below. Okay, so that was it. All one big puzzle that was unlocked by this orb over here. Now, why was the right side of this area obstructed? I actually don't remember. What was this? Or did we just never come through here? We actually just never came through here. I just never looked at the map the last time we came here. Let's discover that I have no power bombs and figure out the passage to go up. We could have gotten this so much earlier. Hang on, let's spider up, actually. We have spider ball. We don't need to do everything the hard way here. Yeah, and spider actually just gets you this directly without any fuss. And this connects to this room here, which actually just shows you that there was a passage that we should have looked for. I don't think there's any other way to get out of here now, but unless there's a... No, none of this is revealing breakable tiles, so let's go back. Yeah, I don't know how I missed that one before, but I guess maybe we revealed the dots. I don't know when we did, actually. No, we didn't even check the door before. We didn't check that open passage last time I was here. Okay, so the other two here require you to break the dark blocks. We don't know how to do that yet. And we don't seem to have the requisite tool for that, so I think we're going to maybe hit the save. Maybe actually space jump around the top just so we can reveal the map. And then we'll head back down to warp. Unless we want to see what the backtrack was back here. There is the screw attack power up over here that we know is accessible, so that might be worth a look as well. But we'll have to come back at some point to reveal more about how this area works. So let's just fumble away back up. Step by step. Blow by blow. Yeah, the transport hub came at exactly the right time, I guess, for the power-ups that we have available to get us through much of what is going on here. Interesting that it still gives us the 2 Metroid indicator for the zone that we scanned much earlier, not the zone that we're in right now, I think. We will look around and see what's going on with that. 8 Metroids remain, 67% pickups, so lots to do still. But I just want to reveal the map mostly. Because we're exhaustive about things that way. Okay, so like I was saying, I don't think we can get the energy tank yet because we still don't have a solution to the dark blocks, but yeah, but we can try to reveal anything here. Yeah, no, it has to be something to do with taking out the dark gray block on the top right, and we just don't have the tool, so. And I actually can't guess what a tool might be yet unless we just need the Metroid infant to eat it, which is entirely a possibility. Anyway, let's go down to the screw attack power up down here. And we'll eventually, I want to double back here to, once again, play around with the fast travel system. But we'll do a quick loop there first since I know for sure that's accessible with screw attack. Look at all these guys tailing me here. Alright. So, yeah, some kind of door open on the left side. We'll deal with that eventually. Let's go for the screw attack spot first. Right, because we are now able to jump up here, and then I don't remember what the obstruction here was previously, actually. Oh, this is power bomb. Yeah, this is a power bomb door up above. Whoop. Except let's spider up there. Or power bomb it, since we have the means to do that and open a door at the same time. That's just power bomb expansion as expected. So that's taken care of. Goes up our bomb count nicely. And then, yeah, 1% per each pickup as we would ordinarily expect. So we'll lots to see still. I mean, really do feel quite low in energy tanks still for this stage of the game, among other things. We'll do a little bit of sweeping with what we have, and then, yeah, at the very least we know gravity suit definitely is coming at some point, but other than that, there's still quite a lot that could be novel to this experience. And we'll just have to see what that is. Whoops. Yeah, so this was a screw attack spot we scanned at much earlier in the game. We, of course, have to get there accurately first. And that has been obtained. Okay. At this point, a natural thing to do... I mean, there was another spot above that save station in the middle of here that we can try for at some point, but it may be more efficient. I don't remember even how that was gated off, but... And yeah, and there's the power bomb area to the right over there. It may be more efficient to try to open up the remaining fast travel location first, because I actually think there's a good chance that it will send me close by to one of the empty spots that we're seeing on the map. But yeah, like right in the middle there, for instance. But of course, the screw attack can go both ways, so maybe we can just continue down this passage. I'm looking around to see if maybe there's anything else that we want to scan for. I don't remember what this power-up was and why it was gated off, but... or why the top door beside the laboratory was closed. I think that was just kind of hard locked, unless it was another one that was based on one of the orbs that gives us electrical power, which is also possibly the case. A couple of different locations we should inspect, actually, but we'll see what we can do on our way down. Well, you know what, let's just head down and continue to backtrack and not forget to save somewhere along the way. And where are we here? Okay. Yeah, there's something down to the left here as well. I don't remember what that is. Why we missed it. Oh, that was the one that was trapped above the ceiling or something. We just never found a room to... Oh, no, actually, that's one of the locations with the electric orbs that we have to power up the door that is above it. So we can actually go for that one. And we probably are missing some other connection to one of the purple transit locations, given that we've only checked 2 of them so far, but we'll go there and see what's going on, if we can. Might as well learn what we can about the map that we've seen and figure out what's still obstructing us. Okay, so here, yeah, because occasionally, you know, when you see some of those locations of 2 tiles in the middle, or possibly 3 tiles, it does seem to say to me that we should check that for a screw attack opening for a fast travel location. But we don't know, so let's just keep going and just defog whatever we're able to. And also, this is a good time to just hit a save just in case. Just in case we forget and get very careless. Yeah, we'll just head down and defog this bit here. And predictably find nothing. Now I'm just trying to find what route we might want to take to get around here. But yeah, we want to go left and just power on the door that was available from an orb. Of course, it requires us to find the orb first, but that requires us to go up with Spider, I think, and we'll see if we can get that. Oops. Yeah, it's gotta be available from here. So. Oh, yep, here it is. These were definitely not available earlier, were they? Yeah, no, because you had to power on the whole system down below in order for them to start spawning. And we'll just try to roll it down gently, but let's bounce there first. Nudge it here and try to deflect it, which will give us power up above. Give me some kind of item. Super missiles here. Hang on. Yeah, that just opened up the slots, or the slots, or nothing at all actually. Ah, okay, we need to get across. That's okay, Spider does it. And you have a super missile gate over here. Let's see what that is going to be. Speed booster, huh. Ah, okay, that makes sense, because then it just means we have to spark across some of these locations. And how will we do it? We need to get over that slope here. Just run and run and run all the way to this location, then dash. Okay, that's fine. It's doable. Yeah, just need to do a continuous run. It does mean we need to respawn some of the blocks here so we don't blow up too much with the super missiles, which we did excessively, so. Ah, okay, no, you have to be careful with that, because otherwise it peels all of them off. Let me see about that. Or does it always chain? It doesn't always chain, so we should just be careful with how we shoot the thing. And not run out of super missiles while we do it. Just need to shoot a very specific location. We need to shoot this block here, right here. There we go. There we go. Now we can run it. That's why there's that indicator on it. Yeah, given those blocks are not actually destructible, I wonder if that gives me a clue as to the hard blocks for the energy tanks earlier. That maybe they're just visual indicators of something that you're supposed to do. But we couldn't reveal any breakable blocks with a power bomb earlier, so I kind of assumed that we just don't have the means for either of these yet. But it does feel like we're missing something. Now we can check the one down below there as well. Because this did not actually wind up giving me the location I thought it would, but that'll be something else entirely. Right, we bust through all of this stuff, and then I never figured out what it was here, but we have the power bomb now, and we can check blocks to see that I still have no clue. Oh, bomb over here. Huh, how do we get that? Maybe we... Oh, okay, yeah, like this. Come on. I'm reversing the wrong way on the spider. There we go, energy tank. That's wonderful. Yeah, it didn't occur to me to just pass through here on the bottom, but I guess we would not have had the means to reveal that block with the power bomb previously, and so I just didn't know what to check at all. However, we appreciate every energy tank we can find, so let's head on over to the right, or maybe even the lab area. We'll eventually go back to the travel hub and see where all the other connecting points were and how close they were to all these places that we've been traveling to the long way, but until then, let's just go up and continue. Oops. Oh, come on. Let's... Okay. So at this point we go right. Might be interesting to see if there was a screw attack passage here or something, but it's otherwise a pretty tangled loop to go through. That's okay, we'll just go with what we know. Just looking at this and trying to figure out how we'll take it. Actually, you know what? Let's try this. I do find that suspicious, that 2-block cavity down below. Let's go down to pipe system, screw a tap and take up bots as usual. And we'll check the wall with a screw attack too. See if this gives you a travel point. I suspect it might. It totally does. Look at this. And here we are. Transport center. Exactly as expected. It's always so satisfying when you apply a little bit of game intuition to how you think things should work looking at the map, and it actually does wind up working that way. Oh, and this transport point doesn't even go to where I thought it did. It just goes somewhere completely different, which is interesting. It does not go to the earlier transport hub. It goes to this missile. Then, yeah, so, you know, especially now that we have screw attack for walls, I guess all of these little vacancies on the map are always suspicious. Maybe. And potentially worth checking. But yeah, we'll see. So, okay, that was the extent of where we could go here, but at least it gives you a shortcut passage from one end of the power station area to the other. In that case, we should continue. Oh, I see. No. Okay, no, because it connects to this hub. Yeah, no, we actually went really way down from here down to here. So it was actually a pretty long connection. And from that connection, we can go over here to go back to the main hub. And then we might as well do that because then we can inspect where some of the other connection points are that we have not really mapped out yet. Trying to match them with each other. Find all of the service locations that we're looking for. So which ones have we checked and which ones hadn't we? Let me just double check this one first. So this one we had not checked, and it comes out this area, which is pretty close to where we want to continue with the power bomb on the right. We'll do that in a bit. And we'll keep that in mind. I want to check the other locations first, though, just map them. In terms of the map, yeah, you see it's on the same axis. More or less. Which means that we have not checked this hub yet, so the tubes go straight. They don't twist and turn. Which means that this goes somewhere completely different. A very unknown sector. So this feels like main quest in some ways. I want to check the power bomb passage and such up there first, then in that case. Let's do this one last. Because this absolutely feels like it's the main continuation. Alright. Yeah, this one, as we know, needs gravity suits. Let's check that location and that opening on the left. And we'll still have a few things we can backtrack to later as we go. Okay. That's a lot smoother than it used to be. That's the wonderful thing about the screw attack. The moment you get it, whenever that happens. We will have to pop out the top, though, to the save station that we hit earlier. Oops. Come on. Not exactly the most finesse here. I was just trying to cling on with Spider, and so we could just go this way. I suppose we could have just done a spark up here too, maybe. Say to save just in case. Then, yeah, well, let's just spider up here as well for simplicity. And this puts you right by the power bomb door, so you know what, let's just check it now. Might be an important passage, actually. Oh, and it's just one gate after another. Look at this. I guess we need to shine spark up to this location, and then it looks like we really need to chain this stuff, but then that doesn't make sense because we would need to power bomb this every time we come back. And so if we don't have a speed booster location ready to go here, how do we even get across to that one unless it's connecting from somewhere else? Because let's say you even build enough charge to go through here, then maybe you need to be in a state where you can power bomb as the ball, like you get into a ball spark, power bomb and then go across, and then that would mean that we have a big sequence to go through here where we need to preserve a spark up to this point, possibly by just, you know, sparking into this slope. I mean, the natural place to run would be, well, we can do this part. And then you would be able to spark here, but then you build up charge before you fall off the edge, then you go up. You would need to be fairly exact, because you would need to hit this slope, regain spark, blast this, and then zip to the right, regain the spark, or at least retain it long enough to fall in this way, fall, power bomb, spark right. That's enough work that I certainly hope is in an energy tank, because that's actually quite a few steps. Maybe I'm overcomplicating it, but I suspect I'm not. Oh. No, lost it. Yeah, no, because I got hit by this ledge here. We do in fact have a crouch. We come down here and we spark up. Nope. Lost it. Build spark before we leave this room. No, that doesn't make sense because we don't have a way to regain it. We need to spark horizontally towards this location, which means... Yeah, no, that doesn't make sense. That can't be the way. Potentially we could go diagonal towards it on a run, but you need to hit the slope exactly to do that, though I kind of doubt that's the case. However, if you build up charge here, then you screw attack over here, then charge on the slope. Yeah, no, that's what it is. We have to run here, actually. Yeah, and you do have enough distance. That's what this block is for, because we were wondering when we found this originally, why is this just hanging here in the middle of nowhere? It is because it is for building the charge. Oh, I actually built it. No, it fell. Rather... Oh, lost it. Too late. But that's the right method. That's clearly the right method, but I just didn't use the quick button for a morph ball, and that set me off a little bit. I'm actually surprised that we did the first part of the sequence as well as we did in terms of getting on the slope. Okay, back on the slope. There we go. Very satisfying, actually. Much more involved than I thought it would be. And, okay, more power bombs. Actually, that'll be useful, given what we expect of the Queen fight later on, if it's anything like the original Queen fights. And, we'll check this open ceiling on the left here as well. That's the next stop. So yeah, speed booster interaction here that we hadn't really used before, that might be relevant to whatever's next. Like we need to boost through here somehow. So I suspect might be the case. Super missile, okay, no, that's even easier. Also, we should check what this is, in case. It's breakable, which is not the case. Okay, now we need to power something up with this. Where to? Here. Let's just see what we're breaking here. I just need a power bomb here, perhaps, and see what we're dealing with. Okay, all that's open. So then we just need to launch that thing. This just sends you out of this room and back down to the safe station, as it looks like. So maybe we need a spider up here and then get a bomb within 2 tiles, or is that just Mario Maker logic talking? That is just Mario Maker logic talking. Let's power bomb, actually, and see if the power bomb can project it. We cannot. And indeed, we don't really have a way to launch that then. However, when we blow that up, perhaps we can catch something on the way. How do we reach it? Let's think about it. Maybe this gives you a passage that is relevant or necessary. It does not, but then we can at least come through here and then jump back up. Oh. Doesn't actually let me get back up. Okay, that's fine. We'll go back up the long way. So I didn't actually, in the end, see how to move this. You know that bombs can push it, but bomb can't get close enough here. I wonder if it's something... One thing we have not used for any puzzles is the charge beam bomb toss, which is not going to put bombs through walls, unfortunately, but it's a thought. Now, power bomb, however, will reveal those blocks, but nothing else yet. I need to think about how to actually activate this, given that nothing here is breakable and that my own bombs are not within range. Because it does look like we need to move it remotely, since all of this is gated off on top. That we're supposed to find some way to move it. Let's take a look at the next room again and see if power bomb reveals anything else breakable on top. No, it's just the super missile bit here. Yeah, okay, missile. Okay, that's something new that we just learned. Okay, that's interesting. That it just taught me something new that is actually completely unique to this game. This interaction doesn't exist in other Metroid, so this is a brand new idea to move it across the gap with a missile, because at this point we had never actually been testing it, but now it might be useful for other puzzles, and indeed we'll get a power bomb. And this is interesting. Yeah, no, I guess we did still need power bomb to blow up enough here to get this over. So yeah, it is another case of powerbomb expansion locked behind powerbomb. Or so we think. But that's good. We got up to 75%. There is this one down here. I don't remember what that is. I guess we're close enough that maybe we can check. Oh yeah, because we didn't check the door above the lab as well that I talked about much earlier. We'll go back through all that. Oh yeah, super missile. Ah, I see. Because if you run out of super missiles, then you would drop to the room below. And in fact, we should, because that gives us a bit of a shortcut anyway. And by shortcut, I mean we need to go through this whole passage again. And get poked a whole lot on the way there. Okay, at this point, yeah, we'll go down to see about that one power-up we're missing first. And then... this is already in the territory of things that were new to us earlier today, but... which... we don't quite know. A speed booster. Ah, okay, yeah, no, it is a Shine Spark puzzle, because we saw previously that we could go through here. What I did not think about was that once we open this passage, we build up charge in such a way that we come over here to the slope and then jump up through here. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know what the continuation was. We did break these blocks up here with a speed booster previously and just didn't think about the implications. And... yeah, now, can we do the run just in this room? It's important to know that. We can't. I think we do need to do it for the next room, which actually does affect decision making here. When it comes to how we go through this passage, because the thing is, once you break this, then how do you retain boost for the rest of this part? Well, by going through here and just jumping up. How do we not see that previously? I guess I didn't manage to find that specific location. Huh. That was very accessible to us earlier when we came down here first time. That's okay. That's why things are worth a second look sometimes, when you have more power-ups and think you need them and actually don't. Truly the Metroid experience. Okay, yeah, this part just crosses over to the lab. We'll screw attack over because that makes life easier. And even gets us a little bit of health replenishment along the way. And I don't remember what this was gated behind previously. Oh, it's actually just hard locked here. So yeah, that's actually not accessible to us then. Except powerbomb. And powerbomb opens up a lift, which then takes us all the way through to near the exit. That must be... ooh, GFS off. Interesting. So this is locked behind powerbomb. Okay, maybe this is what we thought was the main road. Present dig site connects directly to the underground research lab. That's interesting. Let's see how it connects on the left side, just to inspect a little bit here. This is a very Super Metroid inspired placement. And it's very much new material. Just grab the power bomb while we're at it. Very new discovery here. Okay, we'll defog all of the map if we can. Just see what we're looking at. And we'll just defog everything as much as we're able, and then we can actually head up top as we might have expected. And yeah, let's just find the boundaries first. We just know what we're dealing with. Then we'll actually look at the ship that we're skirting around. And then, if we go all the way over here, we find some interesting signage. Or, no, that's not signage, that's just another ship, I think. Part of the GFS fleet that didn't really get much done under a little misadventure here. Oh, and then we can find some dead troopers or something. Everything's slow to a crawl after we captured that blind thing a few nights ago. Interesting. And... alright, so... probably a sign of some kind of original boss in a sector to come very shortly once we have mapped the exterior. Yeah, we'll just map the whole exterior first and we'll jump in through the other side. Oh, and we have more trooper logs here and there. Ice rifles, interesting. Well, I mean, yeah, of course, if they're hunting Metroids. The good old ice missile combo that we don't have in this game because we don't have ice. Survivor arenas with Metroid holograms, interesting. Wonder if that's content that we can expect to challenge ourselves. Well, let's take a look in here. A tremor emanating from the underground camp's elevator. And then Metroid with lightning. Or, well, no, that's just talking about the gammas, I think. And we have a lift going up, but let's connect everything on the bottom end first. Just to see what we're dealing with. Yeah, they got a distress signal. So yeah, we'll fight some Metroid who's trapped around here, I guess. But I would like to maybe find a save first before we get too far with this. Might be up above though. Yeah, so this area I think is otherwise just completely isolated from what we've seen so far, so we'll head upstairs and see what we're in for. hopefully we do get a moment to save and replenish, but no, this is just going to be more backstory. No Captain Dallas here. And yeah, HQ is confident that their intel will enable us to kill the original Metroid type if it's not extinct by now. But on what basis do they believe it's the only threat on SR388? I mean, you know, I guess everybody's learning about the evolutionary Metroid progress along with us here. Yeah, I guess we discover more lore. I'm sure we get to fight something at the end, but we'll see what they've been up to here in the meantime. I guess they're studying each of the phases of the Metroid and giving us a bit of backstory, what they seem to know about them. And then very hungry Metroids. Okay, this is just a lore room then. But yeah, I guess this is just a little bonus area for flavor to fill out the fate of the Federation troopers that were here ahead of Samus, plot-wise. Because that's something that's originally entirely off-screen. And indeed, I'd completely forgotten that there was supposed to be some kind of Federation presence ahead of her, in theory. And is this a Morphball passage though? Yeah, maybe we'll... Oh, there's another lift and possibly... well... more remains. Yeah, GFR I think is just Galactic Federation Researcher perhaps. Or... actually I'm not clear. In terms of their ranks and designations. So yeah, they noticed that Samus was not originally sent with them. And it's funny because, yeah, they have no idea about Samus's identity. It says, this could have been my chance to meet him. Looks like somebody didn't complete Metroid 1 quickly enough. Or... received the legend of Justin Bailey. Anyway, so yeah, that's a save. Or at least replenishment. And then... yeah, it's a save station, and then that's good, that's what we're looking for, and then I'm sure we're headed for a little Metroid battle up top of some nature, and we'll see exactly what it's going to be. Energy tank, okay, we'll get that. Do we have to fight for it though? Or is it just an energy tank? Yeah, we had to fight for it. Thought so. Okay, so Genesis, an ambush predator. Right, this is the blind one they were talking about. This blind animal is adapted to hunt in the dark, relying on specialized senses to stalk prey. Right. It hunts in groups. Okay, so we might have to take out several. Its DNA suggests it belongs to the oldest living lineage on SR388. Okay, so we need to watch the shadows, but oh, okay, that hits pretty hard, actually. But then we can watch the position We just need to get out of the acid. Perhaps. Okay, yeah, and we can still see where it is, actually. It's still pretty visible, all things considered. But we need to get away from it when it's firing. And then just charge beam and continue to take it out this way. Whoops. Doing quite a bit of damage, though. And yeah, I was hoping to hop around that projectile, but you can just stay in the air around the acid spit, and I think that works, but we need to give ourselves enough room to work with. Oops, taking a little too much damage, as usual. Yeah, you can roughly estimate its position, but it's easy to miss. And indeed, I'm getting hit quite a little bit too hard here. I rather like how this is structured, though, giving you the energy tank ahead of time and making you earn it. I wonder if this was one of the areas that was completely added past the original AM2R 1.1. I'll have to read about it afterwards, because I know there were kind of unfinished ambitions when the original iteration of the project was cut that were then later filled out, and this area is kind of clearly conciliary enough that it looks like it might be the case. Well, it's oddly kind of in keeping with how Zero Mission embellished Metroid 2 as well originally. You know what? We're so low on health. Let me just dump. Oh, I was hoping to dump super missiles on that to see if we could rush through it, but that was not wise, just standing there like that. So let's make another go at it and see if we do better. Now, I don't know if we'll be on for much longer past this point. I mean, I know we only have the 8 Metroids left, and we have a pretty clear continuation down here. But there's, I think, potentially enough content remaining in this game that it will make sense to break off to patiently finish it with an additional stream later this week. But we'll try to at least get through the Genesis fight first. And then that may actually be a pretty natural stop, at least if we maybe make our way back out to one of the hubs afterwards. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I didn't expect that we would sidetrack ourselves this much. But yeah, this entire area is just locked behind Power Bomb. That's all there was to it. And we'll just try to avoid damage a little bit better this time. We know that we just need to jump away from it. And then try not to get swiped. Yeah, if we jump away from the acid, we are okay, but otherwise we've been taken down by a full tank already. We'll just run across. Yeah, we cross it, then we should actually be mostly fine, and then we'll just run across like this. And just stay in the air. Cross over. We should try to dump super missiles on it at some point, but let's make sure we get a good angle of attack first before we do anything like that. Okay, let's get out. See anything like that? Yeah, I'm wasting too many missiles here, but oh, no. Yeah, the thing is, you can really get comboed by the acid spit if you're not careful. living a little longer this time, perhaps, but we'll have a lot to work on to get this right. This pattern does not seem to be getting more complex, at least, so it's just very much a consistency check on our dodging, at least so far. I don't know, maybe this is just the easy part, and we have phase 2 to deal with after this. It said something about hunting in packs. I mean, I kind of almost expect that we have to deal with multiples or something. If we don't clean up our play. There we go. That one's down. Okay, no, that's it. We got it. Reasonably satisfying, and yeah, just a little added lore zone here with a whole lot of environmental flavor and a whole lot of dead troopers. There's a bit of continuation of what was hinted with the discovery of the laboratory down below. Alright, let's take a look here and formulate a plan. I think if we head back down... Yeah, so naturally the next point of continuation is going to be the transport hub. So I'm just trying to figure out a way that we might want to route ourselves back somewhat efficiently. I think the best way to do it will just be to come up and head left. Actually, I don't know. That's still a little tangled in terms of how we'd be making our way around. No, I think it works. Yeah, because, you know, you just go straight left and down, and then you can access the transport point there through 2 different walls, and then, well, actually, it's still a bit of a long passage. Like, you go through here, but it makes sense to do that now rather than put it off for later, I suppose. And then we can just, yeah, leave the ship back at the research station. I don't know if that's really the fastest path. Like, we would go down here. It might actually make sense to just kind of fall in directly, or maybe head over to this area to the right? I don't know. But either way, we're going to make it back to the transport hub. And I'll probably leave off from there. So, well, let's see what makes sense. Let's get out of the ship first. Yeah, pretty big percentage gain, though. Getting up to 80% at this point in terms of collectibles, and there isn't too much left in terms of the main Metroid hunt, especially if we get a big cluster all at once. Although, of course, we know the last few fights will be increasingly significant, which is why we want to take our time with them. Anyway, let's get out. Totally trip over every obstacle along the way. And yeah, look at everybody here just saying hello to us. Gang's all here. Yeah, we actually haven't always been following some of the logbook indicators, and we maybe should have paid attention to when we have updates like the arrival of the carrion eaters over here. Right, because we popped the doors open and now they know it's feeding time. Love how it blends into or passes over as all the various layers of terrain that we had known about thus far. As we made our descent into the planet. It's got a wonderful sense of place, actually. This whole color design that we have in this game. Okay, so anyway, either we fall in and take this travel point, or we go right and take this travel point. I'm just trying to gauge one or two things about distance here. It kind of makes sense to go right. Let's just do it. It's easy to navigate, in theory. I say as I bump into every little rock wall along the way. Yeah, this is still the right way. So yeah, we'll make it to the save point near the travel point where we'll clearly be continuing into some new territory, and then we'll probably take a stop there for now. And we'll hit a save along the way. Just in case. Things can happen the way that we play. Okay, up top will be where to go. Oh yeah, and then this is a speed booster area, which we totally forgot to hit. And then here we can just drop down the top slot towards the save station up here. Well, ran into some reasonably interesting Shine Spark puzzles today. Wearing the fusion and zero mission lineage on his sleeve even more obviously than we had previously noticed. And yeah, there's a screw attack slot over to the right. We know better by now, and then we'll shortcut over here. So we know Gravity Suit is coming at some point, and also something to get us through the tiles that we're blocking off the pickups over in the top right location. The dark colored blocks that continue to obstruct us. This is going to go up here into the middle and continue somehow, and we will find out how that looks next time. So in the meantime, let's just hit the nearest save. And also have to screw attack through this stuff all the time, but that's easy and satisfying now. And so yeah, nice round amount of progress today. You know what, let's stay on missile. Nice round amount of progress today as we went from 50%-ish to, well, no, exactly 50% to 80%, and got the Metroid count from 22 down to 8, although having some big fat clusters all at once certainly assisted in that matter. We know that Gravity Suit is a problem that remains to be solved, and that there's still a good amount of map to cover, where I do expect us to kind of go down, loop through here, cross the lift, and then probably have the climb up to the Queen if it's going to be structured the way that we might be familiar with, but we don't know yet if that's going to be the case, and we'll have to open up next time by seeing. I mean, this is actually such a small looking area. Maybe we should just do it, because it looks like it's not going to extend too far beyond that point. But no, I think this is a natural breakpoint. We're going to stop here. We'll examine what is here in this tiny part of the map next time, but I suspect that we're going to have maybe Gravity Suit in a fight pretty quickly, or something else to that effect, which will then open up more of our access down below, and when we get to that point, yeah, because we know some of that stuff is blocked by Gravity Suit because it's going to require underwater speed booster. And so that would account for probably the 2 remaining Metroids in that zone, and then we would be able to continue the descent from that point. So absolutely expect to get this done in one more stream. But for now, we will stop right here. So thank you so much for joining me today. We'll pass you folks somewhere else, and we won't be continuing right away on the next stream because we'll be prioritizing the Donkey Kong Bonanza Challenge event. But then we'll wrap up AM2R at the first available opportunity after that, and as I announced earlier in the stream today, the plan is to follow it later in the week with a new game, Mio Memories in Orbit, which we're very excited to get to as soon as we're able. So instead of continuing to run the clock down, let's just bid farewell to this for now and show you folks off to somewhere else. Thanks so much for watching, and until we are able to continue, have a wonderful time with everything else that you may be watching or playing or interacting with in any capacity. And as always, have a well.